with us and guide everything that we shall do. May your grace and favor overtake us. May we be able, O Lord, to do everything that shall be done in this place, to honor you and to glorify your name. May nothing that is formed against this program ever prosper. May we, O God, do everything to honor you and to glorify your name. Be with all those that shall present, all those that shall be leading items, and whoever shall be doing anything. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we pray, amen. Hallelujah. Okay. So, thank you very much. Like I've already introduced my name, we do understand that as a university, we look for solutions. Is that right? We say we are finding solutions for Africa, probably and beyond, but we must start at home, ensuring that we are actually finding solutions. When I look at research and the developments that are actually taking place as we are about to start, I want to caution us and encourage us to always think about what research is relevant and what research probably may be becoming irrelevant. That is very important because this world is forever changing. And as it is changing, there are so many things that we as a people are dealing with. You know, I was at one event recently where they were speaking about one profession, someone who is from a particular institution or professional body, or maybe from another company, was actually saying, when I look at people from this profession, I don't usually hire them simply because they cannot solve problems. And it made me to think deeply and to say, but if it's a whole profession, and someone is saying, I wouldn't want to hire a person like this, what has happened? Probably things have changed, but we have not changed. And it might also mean we may continue to be on a trajectory that is not necessarily pushing what we should be pushing. If you look at the issue of AI, which is talking about the evolving changes and even the new things that are coming up, as we are going to be talking about this research, I want us to continuously think about these changes and how they are actually disrupting things and changing things. Some of the things that we used to do, for example, as an accountant, you used to be respected for knowing how to debit and credit and do so many things. This day, ChatGPT can actually probably do a better job than many people. What then do you do? It means that for you to continue to be valuable and add value, or maybe to do something that is actually going to change things, you need to rethink what you do. So if we don't necessarily think deeply about what we are doing, what we are researching, we might still be able to finish our masters, do our D and so forth, but make little to no impact. And the key part is, in actual fact, what are we doing about the disruption? If you look at what is happening with AI and all these things of people being replaced by machines and so forth, it makes you to think again to say, so what should we be doing to do things? If you look at the economics that is creating or coming out as a result of probably some of these changes, you will realize that you might find capital or capitalists are becoming more and more richer, and then other people are becoming poor. One person who is having a system can replace 10 people. All that money is going to one person. What does that do? It creates poverty to so many people and a few people to be so rich. What do you do about that in terms of research? What are we trying to do in terms of finding answers to that? If we don't do that, we are not going to be promoting sustainable development. For us to be saying we are advancing sustainable development, it must enable everyone to at least have something that they can say, I can do. But if that is not done, we have a problem. So probably when you're dealing with development, you need also to think about what do we do with such kind of changes. If you look at what is also happening with, we were discussing with some colleagues recently, what is happening if you look at a thing like what is happening with the Chinese vehicles, what is happening with your networks, or online applications like your Shein, your Temu, and so forth. In as much as we can say we are getting cheaper products, we might be taking employment and livelihoods from people that are within the environment to some other place, like for example, China. So if we don't think deeply and research on these things, we might in actual fact find a situation where we might be happy of buying something cheap, but there's a multiplier effect of poverty down the line. So in economics, what do we do then when we face such kind of things? What is it going to do to the GDP? Probably in the next few years. You hear Goodyear has closed, probably in East London. Mercedes-Benz is prices. But let's think about the bigger picture and the multiplier effect of what actually is happening. Let's discuss those things and let's research on those things. I'm not going to speak about food today because people think I always talk about food. So I'm talking about other things. So generally, I want us to think about that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are enjoying this conference, the research day. That was just a small introduction from my part. Let me also say, we are here simply because of those that are leading us. Starting from the top, our VC, Prof. Mokalong, and also the designate VC and principal of the university, Dr. Mabelebele. I want also to acknowledge those that are leading us in terms of the DVCs. We have got the DVC for Teaching and Learning, Prof. Matache, the DVC for Research, Innovation and Partnerships, Prof. Mutiba, our deans, executive deans of the various faculties, maybe to mention our own Prof. Sibanda. I want also to acknowledge all the directors of schools that are here, to mention the ones that are specifically from the Faculty of Management and Law. Starting with law, there's Advocate Rapata, Sam, I see there's Prof. Koma, TGSL. I'm also seeing Prof. Mukwena, the director for the School of Accountancy, is attending some event. He's not here. Okay, he's not here, but he's with us in the spirit. And then also let me thank all the HODs that are here present, all academics that are here, and all the students. I want also to welcome all those from other schools that are actually joining us, and other faculties as well. Let me go on and say, for the opening and welcome, we welcome all the students that are here and those that are going to present as well. Thank you very much for all the work that you are doing. Without you, this day would not be a success. Let me also then call upon, for the opening and welcome, I'm going to call upon Advocate Rapaza, who is the director for the School of Law. Advocate, if you could just please come and address.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Professor Sibanda, congratulations to Bafana Bafana. Yeah. So, I thought your planning was quite spot on because you were very much aligned with the FIFA calendar. Us gathering here assisted a lot because our spirit seated here together ignited the spirit of winning. And our brothers from West Africa, next time, were in charge. And I think there's something that stood out for me. Pap is stronger than jollof rice. Yeah, Bab is stronger than, there's this thing that they praise so much, cassava. Professor Nwakwe, not here. You could see, you know, the strength of Mbogas has even made people to start questioning his age. He eats pap. So I want to encourage a lot of men here. Don't be afraid of eating pap. Eat pap so that you can be a bit strong. Yeah, and when we play Nigeria, we dominate. We get to be on top. We are excited that it looks like we are going to the World Cup. I think comrades from Harare must understand. They will have to understand. They will have to understand. Southern Africa must be in the World Cup. They will have to understand. I'm sure we all understand each other. Yeah, no contest about that. Okay, today is the 10th of September, 2025. And it so happens to be the second day of the research day of the Faculty of Management and Law. Yesterday when we were here, we were fed a variety of interesting academic thoughts and ideas. And you could see they were quite highly spirited from persons of high acumen. So we're very much inspired. We learned a lot. So this is the second day. We hope that we are going to continue from where we stopped yesterday. We are going to learn, once again, a lot from the speakers that are going to come therefore today. I wish to take this moment to welcome the leadership of the University of Limpopo. That is your Vice-Chancellor, Professor Mokhalong, and then the Vice-Chancellor designate, that is Dr. Mabelebele. And of course, the DVCs, the executive deans, the registrar, school directors, HODs now in this faculty. And I also wish to recognize in our midst research professors from other faculties, including Professor Masoko. And I thought I also saw Professor Rafaba. So you are welcome. We are pleased to see that you are here to support our students in this faculty. Their success is our success. Our success is their success. And we succeed together. I wish to take this moment to welcome our prestigious students from across the various programs in the Faculty of Management and Law. This is your day, of course, and it does not end today, so we'll be continuing even tomorrow, but I hope that you would have a good time today, and we are looking forward to learn from you. And we are quite optimistic that the papers that we are going to present here would not end here. You are going to present them, and after here you shall rework them and work towards ensuring that they become published manuscript somewhere in recognized or accredited journals. I also wish to recognize and welcome the personnel in the media space, those that will be working with us here to publicize our event, to make our event get to be known everywhere in the world. You are welcome. And the organizing team as well. What I know is that the organizing team has done well in terms of preparing everything, including the food. So the media persons, you will be working very hard and you'll be taken care of as well in terms of the foodies. To our keynote speaker, I do understand that we are supposed to be having Miss, I wrote down because when it comes to names, I'm very careful. Miss Nonhlanhla Dubazan. That is our guest speaker. No, you thought I was not going to get it right. I did. Our guest speaker, we hope that she will be able to join us. We do understand. She is with us online, and you are welcome, madam. We look forward to hearing food for thoughts from yourself. After having said everything, ladies and gentlemen, you are all welcome. Have a good day. This is the second day of the Faculty of Management and Law Research Day. All the best. Have a good time.
Thank you very much, Advocate, for opening and welcoming us. And I want to also give a special mention, obviously, to the research professors, specifically also to our own Prof. Sitati. I think for us to be here and doing this is because of all the good work that he's doing. He's been driving us very well, and we really appreciate all the work that you're doing. We know how easy it may not be, but you are making it. Without any further ado, I'm going to request Ms. Matebola from the School of Economics and Management to come and introduce to us the keynote speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Standing before you, I am Matsidiso Matebula from the Department of Development Planning and Management under the School of Economics and Management. I've got a simple task. I am here to introduce the guest speaker, the keynote address speaker for today. Her name is Ms. Nonhlanhla Dubazane. She is a lawyer, a director of her own law firm, and a CCMA senior commissioner, and she's also an academic because she's a lawyer. In her early days, she was a graduate of the University of the Transkei, now currently known as the University, Walter Sisulu University, where she obtained her Bachelor of Jurisprudence. She then furthered her studies with the University of Zululand, where she acquired her LLB degree. She also has acquired her master's in international dispute resolution with the Queen Mary University of London. She later did her certificate in legal practice with the University of KwaZulu-Natal. She served articles and clerkship at a law firm called Mate and Zondo Incorporated, which is currently called the Buthelezi Attorneys Law Firm. She was admitted as an attorney of the High Court of South Africa in 2000, the year 2000. And she worked at Standard Bank, the First National Asset Management and Trust Company, and Buthelezi Attorney, where she worked as a professional assistant and also a practicing attorney. In the year 2004, she opened her own law firm, which is based in Durban. It is called the Nonhlanhla Dubazane Associates, and she works there to date as the director and also practices as an attorney. She was at the CCMA. She used to be a part-time, where she was a level B commissioner, and later she was promoted as a level A commissioner in 2010. And then in 2018, she was promoted once again, making her the first black female senior commissioner in KwaZulu-Natal, a position which she still holds to date. She also works as a panelist at various bargaining councils, and her functions at the CCMA, together with the many bargaining councils that she serves at, mainly has to do with dispute resolution and dispute prevention. Currently, she performs her duties at the CCMA on an ad hoc basis, which include conducting training on the subject of labor law and the labor market, developing learning material for the CCMA users and CCMA commissioners. She also does coaching and mentoring candidate commissioners, and she also is an assessor and moderator. In her spare time, Ms. Dubazane, she is an avid reader, and her area of reading and an area of expertise as well cover a large scope of legal focus, and her focus also has to do with alternative dispute resolution. She specializes in labor law, commercial law, and aspires to be an international arbitrator one day. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and help me welcome the keynote speaker of the day, Ms. Nonhlanhla Dubazane, and she will be joining us virtually.
To you all, who are present in this conference. I'm humbled to be invited as a guest speaker. I will just put off the camera to boost connection. All protocol observed. We've come here today to talk about the good governance. And for me, when we talk about good governance, we are actually talking about the leader and the leadership style. We are talking about not compromising on the values. We talk about, when you talk about the integrity of the object, we're actually saying that you are keeping it intact. You are talking about the work ethics. Otherwise, the moment you start making allowances, where do you stop? Let me just make an example that you say you are not going to stop at the traffic light because there are no cars that are on the road. So if you start doing that, then you are saying that now, you know what, no one is going to be affected by me not stopping at the traffic lights, yet the robot is red. And we are saying that people are far away. So because they are far away, those people are not going to be causing harm to them. So that is the issue, that who do we have as our leaders in our institutions, organizations, in government, and so forth? Are these the people who are giving direction? Are these the people that are people of integrity? Are these the people who are fit for purpose, people who are suitable, qualified? Whenever you are thinking about the leadership style, you have to think along those lines. What is it that you want to see change in your society, in your community, in an international community? And the first one is that there are values. And with the values, the institution will be led in a right direction. And with the institution, you have the people that are working for that institution. You'll have a leader. And if you have a leader, the leader doesn't govern alone. The leader needs to be supported by key people. And who are the key people? When you're appointing or selecting people in those positions of power, these are the people who are supposed to share the values that you share. It's shared values. These are the people you are saying that I'm a person of integrity. And the people that are surrounding you should be the people of integrity as well. And it should not only be the people that are known to be people of integrity, because we can portray that we are this kind of people. But then, what is it that we are doing? Because people shall be seen by their fruits. What is it? What is it that you are achieving? So you are looking at this leader, and this is a person. Let's say that you have a person of integrity as a leader. And then you have these people, the key people. These are the people who must share the same values. These are the people who must come to support the vision. These are the people who must come and display professionalism. People who must come and display that they are fit for the purpose, they are suitable, qualified. When you talk about suitable, qualified people, we're talking about people who have got a qualification. We're talking about people who have got requisite experience. We talk about the people who are appointed on merit. Now, once you get that right, that you have people who are supporting you, and the people who are willing to work for greater good. Because what we see in these days, we just see in all democracies, there are issues of compromising on the values, issues of corruption, issues of underperformance. Now we're talking about good governance. When you talk about good governance, we're talking about the government that is able, to provide services to the people. We are talking about institutions which are able to perform, are able to deliver. You say at the end of the day, this is what we have achieved. And it's not just talk, but it's something that can be seen, something that can be heard about. And with corruption, obviously, it's not there that you will see the delivery of the services. Because with the corruption, we see that it's a question of people working to benefit themselves. It's not a question of working for a greater community, working for your people. And that is not what good governance is about. But at the same time, whilst we are talking about issues of corruption and whatever, we're talking about the people who are not protecting God, because with good governance, it has to be about protecting God, not about causing harm. And with good governance, as I have said, that there is a tendency to be corrupt, tendency to benefit self. Now, how do we change that? Firstly, for me, I think you must have limited periods where you say, we're going to have these people in power for this particular period. So you change the leadership. You ensure that there is nobody who is there for life or there for longer periods. And also with that, you are now the leader and you have obviously been in position for that particular period. You do not have to be the person who has to select your own successor. You participate in the selection of your own successor, because with that, that can lead to some compromise. There has to be genuine transfer of power. And if you are participating in the selection of your own successor, the issues that come with that is you're having a leader whom you have put in that position, that leader who will still be taking orders from you. That leader, if you were your fruits in office, we just saw unethical conduct, we saw unprofessionalism, and that is what, we have to ready ourselves to receive from this person who's your successor. So for me, as I say, that it has to be genuine transfer of power. And also there must also be basic privacy laws, that you are having these people that you have selected. You have selected these people because you want to build the institutions. And in good governance, there must be a conscious effort to do good. Put everything in the public eye so that it will be clear. When there is corruption, it will be clear, and that will have to be nipped in the bud. And also, we cannot talk about good governance and not talk about fairness. Because whatever that you do, fairness must prevail. We have relationships with other countries. We have foreign investment. and that foreign investment has to be protected. And let's say, for example, that you have a foreign investor in South Africa, and perhaps the name of that investor is being tarnished. There are allegations that are made against this investor, and it is said that maybe he is employing foreign nationals, but there is no basis in those allegations. So what is going to happen with the name being tarnished? And you know, with the social media, that it is so easy to believe what is on social media. And you have the government, which is aware that that is not the situation, but the government does not do due diligence. So if you do not do the due diligence, what is going to happen again? The foreign investor is not going to be accorded sufficient protection, in the sense that if people decide, you know, to walk to the investor premises and do whatever that they want to do, whether you are looting or whether you cause damage to the property, there are issues. And now the state cannot sit back and say that it is the people, it is the atmosphere we cannot help, because that is what we're supposed to do in the first place, by having the people who are heading, let's say, a department, having the people, you know, at the helm, who are aware of what is happening in the communities, who are aware of what needs to be done to prevent certain situations. You have to have the people who are aware of the laws of the country. You have to have people who want to see good, who want to see that this investment is protected. So what do we have to do as the people who are leaders? We have to walk by example. We have to follow the laws. And when we follow the laws, we are not talking, I'm just making an example with this foreign investment, that yes, of course, you do have your local laws, but you also have the international laws. And these international laws, they have to be followed. They have to be abided by. Now, we have seen recently that South Africa and other, you know, states moving away from ICSID. ICSID is like, it's a dispute resolution body, and the dispute resolution body that obviously arbitrates the disputes. And when let's say South Africa and a foreign country, they have entered into an agreement. And when they are entered into an agreement, those agreements are called the BITs. And you have South Africa, the BITs, and those BITs, it will tell you the terms of that agreement, what needs to be done if there are disputes and so forth. And that has to be honored. It's what is called party autonomy, that the parties, they decide who is to listen to the disputes, where the disputes going to be listened ahead, and what a dispute procedure we're going to follow. And so with countries like our country, South Africa, cancelling the BITs and not submitting the investor state disputes to establish dispute resolution bodies such as ICSID, which I've mentioned, but we are opting for adjudication of disputes in the local courts of the host states. What are we actually doing. This is a move that can be perceived by other people as the states going back on the assurances they've made with the investors, which are contained in the BITs. Now, with due diligence standards, due diligence is you want to prevent harm from happening. What needs to be done? We don't have a specific definition of this word due diligence. There's no conclusive, indication as to the precise requirements to comply with the obligation to exercise due diligence by the state. And with the breach of the state's obligations towards the investors, the disputes must follow a particular dispute path for resolution. And with countries like South Africa cancelling these BITs, meaning that the disputes are not going to be submitted to international arbitration, that has sparked different views with respect to the sufficiency of protection of the investors and their investments when the investors have to approach the local courts, state courts, for protection. And where the investment tribunals find in favor of the investors, there's always an issue an issue of how much compensation should be paid to the investor who suffers harm. You have people, come to your business and cause damage to the business, and either you receive protection from the whole state, you receive protection from the government, or you fold the business and walk away because you do not have sufficient protection. So fundamental importance, countries, they offer protection to foreign investments in order to attract and promote foreign investments. And the investors are inclined to invest in a country where they'll be given assurance that they and their investments will be fully protected. And to attract foreign investment, the states undertake obligations towards the investor. But then when they are confronted with this change of circumstances, as I said, for example, riots erupting, lawlessness, thriving, there's looting, there's acts of sabotage involving government officials, the tendency is to go back on assurances given in the BITs. And this tends to discourage the investment flow to newly developing nations. Now, the lack of assurance of adequate protection to investors can have adverse impact, scare them away. Thus, giving certainty to them is key in promoting foreign investment. And it's highly unlikely that the investors will be attracted to continue to invest in conflict-prone countries. When inadequate protection is afforded to investments, the consequence will be a decrease in investor confidence in foreign countries. And as all of us know, investors invest to invest profits. Hence, the need to ensure that they invest in countries with stable laws and regulations to facilitate and protect their investments. Now, we are talking about good governance. We are talking about having the right laws. We are talking about our own laws, local laws. We are talking about having to follow international laws. In that way, you then are going to have the sustainable development that we want to see in our country. Now, I'll just touch on this example as well, that we talk about expropriation in our country, the right of state to expropriate. And that, yes, of course, it raises a difficult question. Are there safeguards in the event that the host state decides to expropriate the property of the investor. And when the states are going through the crisis that give rise to suggestions of policy changes, and when the changes are made, the question will be, what does it mean to that investor and his investment when violence erupts, when the state officials, they collude with individuals to destroy the very foreign investment, when the countries make or amend the laws, when the character or circumstances of the investor or his investments are attacked to sabotage his business, when countries have laws that relate to foreign investment, but implementation, enforcement, and interpretation are subject to corruption. So these are the issues that we will have as long as one of the things that they are supposed to be done, the due diligence, is not done. When the state is faced with a crisis, there are acts of sabotage. There's inadequacy in the protection of the foreign investment. Now, we need to look for the solutions. What are the solutions that will be offered on how to enhance the investor protection? Amongst other things, it must be ensured that foreign investments are subjected to predictable and stable rules, and they are well protected from arbitrary government conduct. If you are saying that there's a standard which is called the full protection and security. It's a standard that is developed and informed by international minimum standards. And in terms of this standard, the host states must accord full protection and security or constant protection and security to investments made by national and companies of its treaty partners. And it is accepted that the core purpose of this standard is to guarantee the physical protection of the assets owned and or controlled by an investor. And it is normally understood that the full protection and security standard, it imposes two separate obligations upon the host state: a negative obligation not to jeopardize the security of foreign investments, and a positive obligation to protect foreign investments from the acts of third parties. So the principle that a state is under an obligation in case of harm caused by acts of third parties to apprehend and punish those responsible for the acts is also part of this full protection and security standard. The states have a remedial obligation, a duty of prevention, and a duty of repression. Now, with the laws that we have in our country, if now we've moved away from submitting the disputes to ICSID and you have your local laws, obviously you have to think about the dispute resolution path. And you have the foreign investors have been referring the number of disputes to these established investor state dispute settlement mechanisms like ICSID that I have stated, and said that now that we've withdrawn from ICSID, do we have any mechanism in place for the disputes to be resolved? Are we doing enough to ensure that the investment is protected? And the issue, once again, is the people, the key people in an institution, the key people in the government. Do we have the people who are knowledgeable? Do we have the people who want to see results, who want to deliver? Do we have the people who understand or have an understanding about the international laws? Because if you have an understanding about international laws, so when these international laws have been violated, you will know what dispute resolution path you have to follow. And so it is about the issue of compliance. We have to comply. We do not just comply with national laws, but we comply with the international laws as well. Yes, of course, compliance with national law, it does not render an act lawful under international law. But failure to comply with national regulations can, in certain circumstances, give rise to a violation of international law. And if there is a violation of international law, we then need to know what is it that we can do to safeguard that investment. What is it that we can do? If you are saying that you have the right, to expropriate, again, you have to have in mind that you cannot just do expropriation anyhow. And when you talk about expropriation, we are referring to deprivation of a property, by the state. And there's no precise description of expropriation. Some tribunals have just said that it is just taking off the property. For example, you are just saying that you are just going to go to this warehouse, we take over the items, including office equipment, vehicles, and other property that was stored there. And it has now, it has become the government asset. Now, one of the requirements for lawful expropriation is that it must be carried out in accordance with due process. And again, as we are talking about good governance, do we have people who understand what is due process? Do we understand that due process, it refers to a minimum level of procedural fairness? So we're no longer talking now about the state having to do due diligence to ensure that harm does not happen to the investment of the investor, but we are also talking now in a case where the investment is being expropriated. Is it lawful expropriation? Because if it is lawful expropriation, then we're talking about you're doing everything in accordance with due process. And we are now talking about the procedural fairness as well. So with due process, it requires that the expropriation must comply with the procedures established in the domestic legislation. And also that the affected investor must have an opportunity to have a case reviewed by an independent and impartial body. Now, the question will then be, if you do not have in place that mechanism to deal with the disputes, what is going to happen in a case where, for example, the state local court, it finds in favor of an investor, but then again, there's an issue of compensation, and you are going to say that it has to be compensation, it has to be expropriation without compensation. But then again, there is an issue with that, because if you are expropriating, expropriation has to come in accordance with due. It must be carried out in accordance with due process, and there must be compensation for unlawful expropriation. And that compensation must be prompt, must be adequate, must be effective. And that means that the state must pay compensation without delay. And the compensation, it must represent the fair market value of the investment immediately before expropriation measures are adopted or become public knowledge. Now, clearly, you have to have an understanding of international law for you to be able to ensure that when you're expropriating, that is carried out in accordance with your process. Now, you have the leaders who do not have the requisite qualification. You have the leaders who do not have experience. You do not have in place the dispute resolution bodies that actually deal with this kind of disputes, but you are taking them to courts, local courts, to deal with that. There is going to be issues there. And so when you are the leader in charge of the institution, and yours is to see to it that the investments are protected in the whole state. We then need to have people who are knowledgeable. We have to have the people who will be able to deliver. We have to have the people who want to see greater good. We have to have the courts that are operational. We have to have the courts which are equipped. You have got equipment to listen to the cases. You've got to have the right people listening to the cases, because you cannot expect, for example, a judge who actually deals with the criminal cases to now deal with the investment cases, because that is a specialized field. And so as the whole state, what you need to do, you need to ensure that you do due diligence. Do you have the states with the courts that will be able to hear these cases? Do you have the right equipment to listen to these cases so that there will be no delays? There will be enforcements. And you are bound to use the due diligence to prevent issues of unfairness. Because at the end of the day, what you want to do, you want to keep the investments in the country. You do not want to scare the investors away. And so I think us as the researchers, the legal researchers, we've got to revisit this issue of due diligence obligation on the states. And we need to see to it that this duty to discharge state in circumstances of violence, for example, looting, lawlessness, and sabotage of investments, it begins immediately after a state receives information of the looming crisis, and it continues until the calm is fully restored. Now, the question should be, is the scope of states' due diligence sufficient to cover lack of vigilance by states when they sit idle or not take adequate steps to prevent the harm from happening in circumstances where they were in possession of the information about the looming crisis? Thus, the focus should largely be on the state taking preventative steps before the threat materializes and engaging with the investor and other relevant people on ways to prevent the harm. We do understand that harm can always materialize. Accept that harm can still materialize after the state, has taken preventative steps to prevent the harm. So if the state has done that, then the state may be absolved from responsibility. And the state can have a basis to defend a treaty claim in cases of lawlessness, violence, looting, and sabotage. And also for the tribunal's decision to be reasonable, it will be required to properly consider all the relevant and material facts indispensable to a reasonable decision. The steps the government would have taken would have afforded the state and other government agencies, as well as the investors, an opportunity to engage effectively work together to find solutions to the challenges they are facing in the given circumstances. And an irregularity would have occurred if the state sits idle and wait for the threat to materialize, in which case the conduct would amount to a state's failure to discharge its due diligence obligation. And the tribunal's decision will therefore be supported by facts in the event that the investor submits a treaty claim against the state. So what we need to do as well, it simply means that we must have dispute prevention mechanism, and we must have adequate dispute prevention policies. And if we have that, it can be better assured that the state and the various government agencies take account of the legal obligations made under investment agreements when enacting laws and implementing policy measures. And in addition, the implementation of dispute preparedness mechanisms allows governments to identify more easily potential areas where disputes with investors can arise and respond to the disputes where and when they emerge. And dispute preparedness mechanisms involve, on one hand, the delegation of relevant authority among state agencies by defining who is, for example, who is responsible for the defense of investment disputes, who trains the relevant people, employees, and who covers the costs that are involved. On the other hand, dispute preparedness also necessitates an adequate coordination and communication among government entities, such as through improved channels for information sharing and better institutional cooperation. And with such institutional arrangements in place, the states are also better able to undertake effective dispute avoidance, addressing the concrete concerns of the investors and making attempts to solve them. And the only factor that is missing is the consultation or engagement with a foreign investor, and it is proposed that should also be incorporated. Ensure that when you are resolving a dispute, that the investor is there to engage. The investor should not be seen as someone who's just going to accept whatever that is being dished, say, no, you're not from local. Our main people that we have to protect are the local investors. The foreign investors as well have to be protected, so they have to be engaged. And the engagement, it has to be the meaningful, consultative type of engagement. And also, I would propose that guidelines must be developed and taken into consideration by tribunals when determining whether the state has discharged its due diligence obligations. And the following is an example of the guidelines that could be developed. One, look at whether there was or there was no state preparedness mechanism in place. Two, where the state preparedness mechanism was in place, but the state failed to ensure dispute preparedness, the investigator must immediately lodge a grievance with the state, and the state must consult all relevant persons or entities, and the process must be a meaningful joint consensus-seeking process. Three, take the necessary steps to eliminate the threat. And if the state fails to take the necessary steps referred to above, and it is proved that the threat was carried out, which resulted in losses to the investment, and the investor discharged its due diligence obligation, then the state must be deemed to have contravened the requirement to exercise due diligence. And despite what I've said, a state is not liable for the conduct of individuals if the state is able to prove that it did all that was reasonable, practicable to ensure that the threat would not be carried out. And these proposed guidelines, they take into account that the investor is required to show that it exercised due diligence before the investor's claim can stand. And also it is proposed that the states must appoint skilled and honest people to assess the risk. So when you are assessing the risk, you cannot have in leadership the people who do not have knowledge on how to prevent, how to minimize the risk. And that is why you have to have people who have the requisite skill, as I said, people who are knowledgeable, people who are able to deliver, not underperform. And we talk also about the honesty. We talk about the transparency. If you have people in leadership who are transparent, who do not do things, you say this, but what we see happening is the opposite of what you say, then obviously there are issues of integrity there. There are issues of dishonesty there. There are issues of not following the mechanisms that are in place to deal with a particular issue. So what we need to do then is to have in place this dispute preparedness mechanism in place. We have to have these meaningful and joint consensus-seeking processes, whereby you'll have the states and the state agencies and investors working together to avert the harm, to discuss the alternatives to deal with the situation, and also giving suggestions on how to mitigate the adverse effects of the unlawful acts that are carried out on the investors' investments. And also a qualification can be made in the introduction of the guidelines that each case is unique and departures from the established norms may be justified in proper circumstances. So what we need to do is to ensure that we apply fairness. We need to always be mindful of what us as South Africans and most African countries are aware of, Ubuntu. And we talk about Ubuntu, it envelopes the key values of group solidarity, compassion, respect, human dignity, conformity to basic norms and collective unity. It denotes that humanity and morality. We have to have this form of humanism, which can be expressed in the phrases that I am because of who we all are. So let's not stop seeing ourselves, as people who are separate from the international community. Let us practice Ubuntu. Let us assist each other to avert the harm. Application of Ubuntu is relevant in the context of protection of foreign investments for the following reasons. The states, they benefit from the foreign direct investment and need foreign direct investment to boost economic growth and economic development. And as one author wrote, foreign investments play a vital role in communities and in the affairs of economy and politics. And there's a need to protect the reputation of the investors, and that extends to self-interest. It is argued that we have to ensure that we engage the investors. We seek to restore or improve the relations between the states and the foreign investors. we hold each other's hands, we work together for the good and the success of the investment. And we make sure that when the time is up, we leave the office and we mentor, we coach those who are coming after us to ensure that the work carries on. So we're talking about transparency, we're talking about fairness, we're talking about finding solutions to the problems. We're talking about integrity, ensuring that we show ourselves to be men and women of integrity when we talk about good governance. I see that the message that I should wrap up. Okay, so basically, what I am saying is that let's make sure that we have the right people in the right positions. We have the men and women of integrity. We have appointments that are on merit. We do not, appoint our friends, our families, and whatever. We have people who are able to deliver. We have people, there's transparency in what we do. We apply fairness. We apply Ubuntu. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tobazane, for such an address and presentation. We are really informed. I think you did mention quite a lot of things about good governance. And I think some of the issues that you were highlighting are very key. And because we are in an academic environment, some of them might also be seen as controversial, not necessarily to say you were speaking about controversy, but I think there could be other alternative views that probably some may carry. For example, probably if I may also, I want to just give 5 minutes for engagements to allow those that are within the house that might have questions, that might also want to raise them so that we can be able to do that. Let me request if there is a mic that can be taken around to anyone that might want to probably engage with the presentation and the address so that we can at least reflect on that presentation. Sorry, I think I was muted, so for Ms. Tobazane to hear, I'm just saying thank you so much for your presentation. I'm just going to allow a few minutes for engagements from the house, people that might have questions regarding the presentation that might also want to say something. Anyone? Is it no one? All right, I don't see anybody. Maybe I will just be the one to give a question or maybe to make a response and to say, Ms. Tobazane, I fully appreciate the presentation and what you have indicated. I just want to say, how do we balance between the history that we have dealt with and some of these international laws or maybe organizations that are trying to push for certain narratives? For example, if you look at the issue of fairness, and maybe you were talking about also the issue of expropriation, when the one, let's say, for example, if you look at the context of Africa, Africa has suffered quite a lot in terms of colonialism and all that. And then maybe some of these international organizations and the laws are somehow probably not in favor of the one that was actually disadvantaged from history. How do we balance that in these international laws? Thank you.
Yes, you see, number one, we need to understand that we have to respect the local laws. And obviously, the African countries have, as you are saying, have suffered a lot in that, you know, when these BITs, these agreements are being concluded, you find that, you know, they are not going to enjoy, you know, much from that because of these international laws. However, when it comes to you want to protect the investment, you cannot say that because when this BIT was concluded, you know, it did not take, for example, into consideration the fact that in South Africa, for example, we've got issues of energy, like we have been experiencing the load shedding. It did not take into consideration that there will be load shedding and perhaps, you know, the production will be delayed. And then obviously with the delay in production, then there's going to be delay with a delivery of the goods, for example, to another country. And then there are taxes, you know, there are tariffs, and obviously that are going to be charged. And so these, in a way, are not helping us as the country, you know, let's say South Africa, they're not helping us as a country because they did not take into account all these issues that we are now experiencing. But the challenge is that when you are entering into a contract, because if you reach an agreement with someone, that is a contract, and the contract has to be honored. And how do you honor the contract? You look at the terms of the contract, and that has to be followed. And if you do not follow that, unfortunately, you are breaching these international laws. However, because of the circumstances that we find ourselves in, as you are asking, how do you balance? I will say, in those BITs, there will be a provision, you know, there will be a provision for dispute resolution mechanism. And obviously, we talk about arbitration of the disputes, but we fail to take into account that even if like a dispute has to be arbitrated, there is always a door for mediating a dispute. And with mediation, there are benefits. With mediation, there are advantages. Because if you are mediating, you'll be having someone, and I'm glad because in our country now, there is a shift in the courts. They are actually looking for mediators who can mediate these disputes. When they go to court, before the court can hear that case, a mediator will be appointed to come and mediate. And with mediation, we are simply saying to the parties being the host state and the investor, you are simply saying to them, here is a mediator, and this mediator is going to assist you. So be open, be transparent, and try and find solutions to the problems by yourselves. And the mediator is there to guide the process, to assist in the process. And so if you do that, you go through to mediation, then you are assisting in that. It's not going to be a question of you just applying the international laws, but you are also saying that this can work for us as the host state and the mediator. In as much as if we were arbitrating the dispute, you will be entitled to a particular figure as the compensation. However, because we are mediating, we're trying to resolve this dispute on our own, then it means that we can agree that instead of you being paid, for example, R1,000,000, you'll get paid 250,000 rand. So there is that option. But what I have an issue with is simple saying that, you know, like we are just going to go to the courts, and we're going to the courts, but those courts, do they have in place the mechanisms in place? Is there adequate, you know, are there adequate mechanisms in court to deal with the issues? Do we have the judges who are skilled to deal with the kind of the disputes that you bring before them? Do you have the equipment to handle such kind of cases? So how we balance all this, it's, for me, it will go back to mediation, where you can sit and discuss, engage, and it has to be a meaningful consultative process.
Thank you very much for that response and also for the keynote address. We really appreciate it. If we had time, probably I would have asked two things, but I'm not going to do that. Maybe I'll just put it, but I'm not expecting a response because of the issue of time. One, yes, these are laws, and maybe when you enter into them, you've actually agreed to a contract, as you've indicated. But in the onset, probably are these contracts themselves sitting as fair? And also, if you look at the parties that are contracting, are they equal parties? Isn't there one that is bigger than the other, probably that is taking advantage of that? Probably we could discuss that on another platform, but thank you very much for that address. And I think it is very important because without good governance, we will not be able to go far. You have mentioned quite a lot of things also regarding the issue of values. I believe without values, we cannot necessarily be able to agree on what exactly could be good governance. That will speak to so many things you spoke about, things like systems and procedures and policies, and also there must be willingness to uphold those values. You spoke about leadership. We need strong leadership, and also a leadership that understands that you are not a king. Maybe at some point you may need to step off and probably allow others to also come and exercise the same leadership. The issue also of conscious effort to do good, I think it is also speaking to issues of things like your ethics. Without that, we cannot be able actually to see good governance. We spoke about fairness quite a lot, also to say in order for us to be disciplined in what we do, we will need to actually be fair. And with fairness, it takes two forms. It's more like independence. It has to be fairness in mind, and it must also be fairness in appearance. So when justice is done, people must feel justice is being done. When justice is done, even that person who is saying, I'm being fair, in your own mind, you must also be saying, I'm actually being fair. So that is also some of the things that you did mention. You talk about membership to international organizations. I believe they are important because they create international order, and without them, in actual fact, that governance, especially when it comes to international trade, we would have a challenge regarding that. And I believe also some of the things that you were mentioning speak to the issue of consequence management. If something is done wrong and it's not, there's nothing that comes with it, people will just continue to act anyhow, and maybe governance may be, people can just do anything as they wish. The issue of appropriation and due process, we also appreciate it, and I think it's a matter, as I have indicated, which is at the heart of so many people, and it can go either way, but it is important that such matters are discussed. And you've raised these questions and points at a right environment in an academic institution where students and academics are in actual fact trying to find solutions to say, but if this is what is happening, how do we go about it? In research, the good thing about it is we don't necessarily expect a simple answer or a single response. There will be various views, but those views, as they come in their differences, they actually make us to become better. Thank you very much, Ms. Nonhlanhla Dubazane, for such a presentation. We really appreciate it, and we wish probably if you were able also to continue to join and hear some of the research that actually is going to be presented today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming to the last item before we go for tea. So I would request all of us to go by the stairs outside there for a photo shoot. Thereafter, we will be going for tea, but after tea, let me say it may not be efficient to come back here. We do have two breakout rooms. There's going to be breakout room number 1, which is going to be led or chaired by Prof. V.N. Mutembu, and I'm sure you can see on your program. And then also breakout room 2, which will be chaired by Prof. T.S. Madziva Ndira. So he will be the one that will be also chairing that session. So after tea, we will need to go to those two rooms, room 1 and room 2, depending on where you may choose. So for now, I'm going to request all of us to just step out by the stairs here for a photo shoot. Thank you very much.
of this important knowledge sharing event, and I hope you all share the same sentiment. From yesterday, the presentations were enlightening, the presentations were informative, they were very encouraging and empowering, and it was a proud moment to see some of the work that our students and that our researchers are busy with. I am looking forward to today, and I hope we will have the same a level of standard that we have seen yesterday, and I am really excited to hear the knowledge that will be shared today. And I hope I'm not the only one who is looking forward to what will be shared today. Are we all looking forward? Okay, all right. A wise man once said, knowledge shared and knowledge applied is power. Knowledge not shared is knowledge lost. Knowledge not shared is knowledge unknown. And knowledge not shared is knowledge wasted. I am happy that we are here today to share the knowledge. Not only to share the knowledge, but I hope this knowledge will have an impact in our society. It will influence policy. It will influence executive decisions. It will not only end up in this room. It will be published in articles, as one of the speakers have said before me. So I am looking forward to really today's engagement and to hear what our researchers and our presenters have in store for us. But before we start, I know time is not on our side. We have already started our program. It's more than 1 hour delay that we have on our program. So without any further waste of time, I have few announcements before we start. I have been informed that after presenting, each presenter is requested to walk down the stage to that, what do you call it? Is it a banner? To that particular site where they will be requested to take pictures. So it will be a slight change from what was done yesterday. Today, after you present, please move to that side where they will take your picture. Also, may I please request our presenters to keep to the time. 10 minutes presentation, and there will be 5 minutes for audience questions and comments. Please allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to start our presentations for today. There is a slight change in our program. As you can see, we are supposed to start with Malimela, but there is a slight change. We have been requested to start with those who will be presenting online, the virtual presenters or online presenters. Without wasting time, I'm not sure, may I please ask to our technical team if are we ready for our online presenter? Okay, thank you. Our first presenter will be presenting online. Let me get her name. He's from the master's category. It's Mr. Mafiri M. Mr. Mafiri, the floor is yours. May you please proceed and start your presentation. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Mapiri Moau. I'm here to present my paper about appraising the efficiency of e-government programs in the provision of public services in the South African context. Can we go, that was the cover page of the presentation. Can we kindly go to move to the second slide?
Ladies and gentlemen, apologies for the delay. Mr. Mafiri, can you hear me?
I can hear you, ma'am. I don't know if it's my connection or what's wrong.
Okay. May we please request that you move the slides from your side? As you present, you move your own slides from your side as the presenter. Are you able to do that?
I'm not able to do that one because I've been trying to move from to the second slide, which doesn't allow me to go to the next slide. I don't know what problem.
Technical team, may you please request assistance? In the meantime, can we move to the next? Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Okay. Okay, apologies again, ladies and gentlemen, for that kind of a technical glitch. The technical team, our IC, the experts in IT will try to assist us on that and assist our presenter from the other side. As I've said, time is not on our side, so our proposal is that may we please move on to the next presenter, please, so that we don't delay further. Our next presenter is Ms. Hames, apologies if I don't pronounce your name well. It's Ms. Hames Casey. May you please come up to the stage and deliver your presentation, please. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Hamisi Kitumezi. I'm a Master's of Law in the doing development and management under the School of Law. So my topic is the prevalence of teenage pregnancy in South Africa. I'm going to focus on the social and legal challenges that we are faced in. The main reason why I decided to choose specifically this topic is because of the high rate of teenage pregnancy in South Africa. I also have a personal reason that actually led me to want to pursue this certain topic. The thing with this thing of teenage pregnancy and teenagers from the age of teenagers from the age of 13 to 19 getting pregnant is that I went home in December, then only to find out that they said my 11-year-old niece is pregnant, and then that she had already given birth. And then I asked where is this person who impregnated this child? Is the perpetrator held accountable for the decisions that they took? And they was like, no, he's there under the tree there enjoying alcohol with others. The police came here most of the time looking for him, they do not find him. And then I asked myself, after that, what was done? Does the law say that we didn't find him, then he can just continue and live his life, whatever that he want to live, whereas there is a child there who wanted protection and was not protected from such behavior. So this is the reason why I decided to focus on the challenges that we are facing socially and legally. So I'm going to start with my introduction, which I've already said that the definition of teenage pregnancy is simple. It's just it is when a teenager from the age of 13 to 19 becomes pregnant. So the stat in South Africa shows that almost 150,000 of girls aged 10 to 19 years become pregnant in the year of 2020 to 2023. So our main problem here, we focus on the health concern, but we also reflect on the deep inequalities, poverty, and the gaps in the service delivery. The issue of social and legal challenge, it touches on the constitutional rights, the educational rights, the criminal law, and the child protection. So I'm going to be exploring on the teenage pregnancy through the legal and social lens, examining the legal framework and the barriers to effective prevention and care of teenage pregnancy. My statement problem actually involves around the social and the legal problems that we are faced with when we're looking at the teenage pregnancy in South Africa. First one, I'll speak about the law enforcement. So South Africa has a strong legal protection for girls' right education and reproductive health because it is stated in the Constitution, the Schools Act, and also the policies supporting pregnant learners in school. However, the problem that we face is the protection that are not always effective and in a way that they are practiced, because in schools, many schools still exclude teenagers who are pregnant and then who are also vulnerable. Another problem is the high rate among young girls. This indicate a possible worrying number of pregnancies that involve girls below the age of 15. Since the age of consent is higher, many cases may reflect the statutory rape or sexual exploitation, raising a serious child protection issue. Another issue that I also looked at is the disproportionate impact of rural and poor economic communities. So rural areas and under-resourced communities face higher teenage pregnancy rate because they do not have full access, but limited access to healthcare, education, and other social support and information with regard to sexual and reproductive healthcare. Other structural drivers of teenage pregnancy include poverty, where many girls end up engaging in transactional sexual sex in order to survive in those poverty homes where they come from. We also have the gender inequality, where girls do not have enough power to say to be able to resist coercion to enter into sex. We have weak service delivery in clinics, schools, where we found out that they do not deliver the service that they have to deliver in full. Like, the system does not teach learners in school about sexuality, and also even in clinics, you find out that many girls who are there to get maybe contraceptives are struggling in order to get that. We also, these pregnant teenagers also face discrimination in schools, where they have to get access to their educational right, and also they are also discriminated at clinics and hospitals. So my research methodology is that this study is based on a quantitative methodology. The study will utilize the primary and secondary materials that are pertinent to the discussion of legal and social challenges, with a focus of a prevalence of teenage pregnancy in South Africa. This will involve the content of analyzing cases, legislations, and literatures about the study. The quantitative method is suited because it will focus on existing case law and also existing literatures. So in this manner, I'm here like to question the legal frameworks that govern that have to protect these children. So I look at the Constitution of South Africa. Section 12 of the Constitution of South Africa guarantees teenagers the right to bodily integrity, and also access to reproductive health care in Section 27. At the same time, Section 28 emphasizes that a child's best interests are paramount, creating balance between respecting teenage girls' anatomy and ensuring their protection. The Constitution is actually clear on the protection of these minors, but I'm questioning it during. Sorry, I do question the Constitution whether in its sorry. So the question does state that the children must be protected. We must be looking at their best interest. So I'm also looking at the choice of termination of pregnancy in South Africa, where every minor is allowed to terminate their pregnancy within 12 weeks. And also the Children's Act of 2005. Okay, sorry, can I please wrap up? Looking at the case of okay, I'll conclude. I wanted to add on a case, on a case that related to a school learner who was pregnant at school, and they were not allowed to come back at school. And then in this case, it is where it was shown that South African law is actually trying to fight for the best interest of these learners. So I'll just conclude because my time is up. Teenage pregnancy in South Africa is a multi-dimensional challenge. The existing law to protect adolescents' rights, but the enforcement of these laws are very weak. So the government need to put effort in schools, healthcare, provided civil society and the legal systems are very essential. They also have to address poverty, improving the education and ensuring youth-friendly healthcare and reducing the stigma. The stigma are key to lowering teenage pregnancy rate and supporting young girls in South Africa.
Thank you. Thank you to our presenter, Ms. Hamis. Thank you for your presentation. It's quite an important topic, the challenge of teenage pregnancy. It's also, I can say it's timely. We need such studies in the country in order for us to find solutions on how to address this challenge. Now we will allow our audience, this is time for comments and questions from the audience. Please raise your hand if you have any comments or questions based on this presentation. The mic, I don't see the mic. Yes. Please assist. We have Prof here. Prof Goma has raised the hand. Any other hands? Any other hands? 1, 2, 3, gone. Okay. Prof, you may please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks, Madam, for your presentation. So in a nutshell, what is the legal gap is your study addressing? Thanks.
Did you get the question? Yes. Okay. You may respond, please.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to answer that correctly, but I'll try. What I'm trying to address, the legal gaps in the criminal, the criminal law of amendment of Act of 32 of 2007. It states that it actually put a certain limit of years where a child is allowed to give consent to sexual intercourse. So right now in this instance, we have older men exchanging, having sexual intercourse with these minors. What is it? What are is this law like actually addressing the issue of these perpetrators engaging in sexual activities with these young girls? Yes, thank you. The remedies. The remedies that I think that the governments really need to look into this, make maybe policies to address these legal issues. Thank you.
Thank you to our presenter. I thought we will have more questions or comments on this one, as it is a well-known challenge that we face in our society. Nonetheless, I am very delighted to find out that there are researchers who are looking at this issue. Before I call up our next presenter, may I please request our presenter to keep to the 10 minutes presentation time. I think you all understand that it is not nice to interject and to disturb one while they are still presenting. But if you keep to the time, then it makes the job easier for everyone, for the session chair, for you as well. You are able to conclude your study, you are able to conclude your presentation in the way that you want to conclude it. So let us please try to keep the time. Our next presenter, also from the master's category, is Malimela, MS. Malimela, are you in the room? Please come up.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Silosebe Malimela. I'm a master's candidate in the Department of Public Administration. I'm an accredited financial advisor who works at Old Mutual and a published author. Today, I'll be delivering an article titled Harnessing Public-Private Partnerships for Sustainable Service Delivery, and I'll be navigating opportunities and challenges. Public-private partnerships plays an important role in delivering services on behalf of government. We all know that government alone cannot be able to deliver services without the help of private sector or community members. On this article, I used a qualitative and systematic literature review. And then the study is supported by legislative frameworks such as the Constitution, the Public Finance Management Act of 1999, and the Municipal Finance Management Act. I've chosen the principal agent theory because it best suits this study. And in this regard, the principal will be the public sector, and then the agent will be the private sector. I would like to give you a brief background of how public-private partnerships came into the picture. There was in the olden days, I'm sorry, I forgot the years, Mara, long time ago, there was an old public, there was an ideology called old public administration, right? Old public administration was not working effectively. Scholars had to go all out and research so that they can be able to come up with suggestions on how to solve the problems that were emerging during the time of old public administration. And then that's when the new new public management came. And we call it, in public administration, we call it a paradigm shift, because the old paradigm, the old ideology was not able to address the current challenges, as the old public administration was focusing, was centralized in such a way that services were provided by government. People were not participating in the service delivery issues. There was no consultation. Government was able to build, in the olden days, government used to build halls and libraries without consulting the community members, and the community members ended up destroying those libraries and community halls because they were not consulted, and they did not want that. An example of public-private partnership that I chose is tendering. Since we all know that tendering plays an important role, and then there's problem also that there's challenges that are also associated with tendering, such as the Vusi Ket Matlala issue. And then we have categories of public-private partnerships. I only chose 3 because I want to save time. The first one that I chose is BOO, which stand for Build, Own, and Operate. On this one, the public sector gives the private sector the power to build, maybe let's say build a wall and operate that wall, and then own that wall and operate it. And then there's another one called service contract, which is, in short, I can say is tendering. And then there's concession also. Without wasting any time, I chose 2 opportunities and 2 challenges. The first challenge is different organizational values, culture, goals between partners. Since we all know that the private sectors are profit-oriented, unlike the public sector. So it becomes difficult for private sectors to work with it becomes difficult for the partnership to occur most of the times, because they have different values, they have different goals, and those values somehow is difficult to put them together. For example, as I said, the private sector is profit-oriented, and then the public sector is service-oriented. And then the second challenge is lack of transparency and inadequate procedures for the selection of public-private partnerships. This one, I think, it will continue to be a problem, because the people who are selecting these private companies are the main problem. Because if you can check the Ket Matlala issue, you can see that he was being awarded many tenders without the capabilities. He was not, I don't know which strategy was used, Mara. In most cases, they are using the cadre deployment. I don't know whether he's a politician or what. Mara, in most cases, the tenders are given to people, or the public-private partnerships are given to people who are within the ANC, which, and the model that is used is cadre deployment. And then I'll add this, the third one. Insufficient monitoring and evaluation of public-private partnerships. There's an insufficient monitoring because in most cases, the private sector is regarded as the most effective company since they are profit-oriented. So the government officials are no longer monitoring their services and their project because they believe they are the best. Now we are on the opportunities associated with a public-private partnership. The first one is cost time, and quality. On this one, since the private sectors are profit-oriented, the government benefit from that, because there's no way the private sector can take a long time to conclude a project, because the more they prolong the project, the more they incur the cost. And then remember, they are profit-oriented. Transferring of, is the second one this one, transferring or sharing of risk. On transferring and sharing of risk, the public sector benefit on this one, because they are now sharing their risk with the private sector. They are not taking the whole risk alone. In conclusion, this study concludes that despite the mentioned challenges, public-private partnerships are the most powerful tool that can be used to drive economic growth, deliver good services, and reduce service delivery backlogs. I have 3 recommendations which are as follows. The first one says align goals, objectives, and vision. Even though it won't be possible, but if they try, they might come up with something. And then transparency, monitoring, and evaluation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Malimela. Thank you for your presentation. It's another very important topic, the issue of public-private partnerships. I think we need more of that in our country, that collaboration, to enhance service delivery and to also address the public sector capacity gaps that we have as a country. Thank you so much. May I please take questions and comments for this particular presentation? I've noted you, sir. I've noted you, Prof, there. Is there any other hand? Okay, in the absence of more hands, let's please proceed with the questions. You may ask questions.
Thanks so much, and thanks, Madam, for your thought-provoking presentation. Private-public partnership, you correctly state that the private sector is the agent and the public is the principal. But for private-public to be strong, both poles must be strong. I'm sure you'd agree. Now, between private and public, which one needs more fixing, in your opinion? You have touched on some challenges in the public sector. One problem you indicated points to a very big issue, that the distinction between public and private is blurred. In other words, if you are a businessman tendering, you may be regarded as a member of the public, but how far public are you if you belong to the elite, the middle class, and not the people on the ground who cannot be business people? Are you private or public, or are you both? And how much people-based is public? Because public should include the men and women on the ground. Do they really have a fair share in public? If there is a mine close to the municipality, the tenders in the mine and the tenders in government, is it not the people in the municipality who are in the council, who are honchos there, who also get the tenders in the mine, and through their relatives and nepotism also have a hand in the tenders in the municipality? I'm just touching on how blurred private and public can be. Now, which between the two do you think needs more fixing? The private pole or the public pole, so that the tension or relationship can be strong and effective? Thank you.
May I please take the second question? I hope you have noted down the first one so that you don't forget. Prof, you may proceed with your question.
Thank you very much. Quickly, how do you conceptualize the concept PPP, triple P? How do you conceptualize it? You stated very clearly that in the PPP, there is sharing of risk. Let me draw you to some of the issues that have been making, and you said that tendering system, it's your understanding of PPP. If you check Polokwane, there's a softball court that I think the municipality lost a lot of money. If you check in Teflop, there's a stadium that has not been completed. If you check in Seshego, there is a circle that continues to cause issues. So in terms of that understanding of sharing of risk, do you think what's your take within Polokwane municipality in terms of the PPE in your understanding, and how is it benefiting the municipality and in terms of sharing of risk? Thank you.
My understanding of PPE, it's a partnership between government and capacitated private sectors. Public-private partnership. It's a partnership between a public sector, maybe a public organization, and a capacitated private sector, right? And then in the case of Sparta and other incomplete working projects, I think the selection process is where things went wrong. Because if you can check, most people are being awarded tender, most private companies are being awarded tenders, not because they are able to deliver those services. They are using nepotism, cadre deployment, and in most cases, people are awarded tenders, and after that, they employ another person. You find that I'm the one who bidded, but I'm not the one who's delivering those services, because I don't have the skills, I don't have the knowledge. I just want the money. And then the first one, I believe the public sector is the one that needs more fixing, because if you can check, where the communities are not involved in decision-making of issuing tenders. And then I believe if we actively participate, there's no way we can have unfinished projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the presenter, and thank you for those important questions from the audience. May I please be allowed to call up our next presenter. Our next presenter is M.E. Silelo. He is from, I'm not sure whether it's a he or she, from the doctoral category. If you are in the room, may you please proceed and come up to the stage. Yeah, I did.
No, thanks very much, Program Director. Na kalina kiselelo mahale Ernest, kena mamlamuri andro, mamlamuri aji toga walutancha. Happy Heritage Month. Ladies and gentlemen, I come from nothing, and I appreciate everything. I own no means of production, because I am a lumpen proletariat. Now, I'm going to present on the concept of social entrepreneurship and local economic development. That is the study that I'm going to present on. But let me start by saying that knowledge is knowing what to say, but experience is knowing how to say it. That is knowledge. Now, let me start my introduction by asking what is social entrepreneurship and why is it important to study the concept of social entrepreneurship. Let me say that before I begin, let me put a disclaimer to say this comes from my PhD study, and I've used, instead of a conceptual paper, I have now adopted a qualitative research approach, and the case study is Polokwane Local Municipality, North South Africa. I hope that is clear. What is social entrepreneurship? Please, I have old sources there, and they are very fine because knowledge doesn't expire. It is only the conditions and circumstances that changes. Knowledge doesn't expire. The concept of social entrepreneurship dates back to the 1970s. It has been conceptualized, it has been discussed. But there is a confusion in terms of what really is social entrepreneurship. There is that terminological confusion in terms of defining the concept of social entrepreneurship. Others define it as people who are mostly focused on social activities. Others say that a social entrepreneurship is when you apply business models to solve social problems on the ground. But the definition of social entrepreneurship differs from the context to context. Others define it this way, while others define it that way. If you are doing a study on social entrepreneurship, your study won't be complete if you don't mention the Muhammad Yunus, who founded a Greek bank, and he was referred to as a social entrepreneur because he was a businessman and he was able to tackle some of the social challenges from the profit that he made from his business. So social entrepreneurship is very important in enhancing local economic development, especially in Polokwane Local Municipality, because when I checked the strategy or cooperative strategy or the IDP or the LED strategy, just to download and check if there is a mention of the concept of social entrepreneurship, it is not there. Hence, I'm saying that perhaps we must incorporate social entrepreneurship into perhaps cooperative strategy or LED strategy or the IDP, so that we are able to holistically address local economic development. Professor Koma, local economic development is just a process wherein we are able to solve some of the social and economic challenges through various stakeholders. It is not a once-off process. It is an ongoing process because it affects everyone, me and you, but particularly the poor people bear the brunt of these social ills on the ground. What is the problem? We have social entrepreneurs in Polokwane Local Municipality. I did a study on that. I've collected data. Like I said, when you check the LED strategy, when you check the cooperative strategy, there's nothing on that. Just download those documents, control social entrepreneurship, nothing. So we have these people on the ground. I did some work, I did research, I found them. And they're doing so much on the ground, assisting our people. And there is a poor recognition of these people by Polokwane Local Municipality. Although literature is elucidated on the concept of social entrepreneurship, it is not adequately addressed and explored the inextricable relationship amongst social entrepreneurship, LED, and exploring the sustainable ways of poverty reduction, community empowerment, and creating employment. So social entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen, they offer a breath of fresh air because they are not only focused in profit maximization, but they also solve some of the social conundrums that haunt our people on the ground. My methodology, this is a quantitative study. I've used a closed-ended questionnaire to collect data, used SPSS and Excel for data analysis, and before you can even ask a question, my sampling was purposive sampling and a snowball sampling. These are the findings. These are the social entrepreneurs that characterized Bulugwane local municipality. They are different. It's just the diversity of social entrepreneurs that are trying to reduce the predicaments that our people are facing on the ground, young people as well as old people. So these are the types. We have got agriculture, wholesale, internet, they are there. So it means that we have got a variety of social entrepreneurs in Bulugwane local municipality. Now, social entrepreneurs, very important. They are obsessed with impact. Obsessed with economic impact and social impact. This is just the social impact that social entrepreneurs are trying to ameliorate or perhaps are trying to address on the ground. They donate some food, they reduce poverty and all those kind of things. Sometimes social entrepreneurs even form charities to address social problems. Someone will say, no, when they form charities, they are cleaning money. What is the problem, therefore, if social entrepreneurs have charities and contribute towards the social welfare in the communities? Because they want to see change. What is the problem? They are not cleaning. So actually, if they are cleaning money, they must continue to clean money as long as they are addressing or perhaps solving some of the social issues in the community, as long as they are improving the welfare of the communities. We have got, for instance, Tausi Jala Enterprise. We have got Dr. Gwetebs there, P2 Ltd, an award-winning social entrepreneur. And what drives social entrepreneurs to do these social activities on the ground, it is benevolence, kindness. Because they are not really obsessed with profit, although profit is part of them, but they reinvest their profit into addressing those inhuman and diabolical conditions that our people continue to face on the ground. They are kind. If we can have kind people, we will go far as a country. But they also do some economic mission or value, or perhaps have some economic impact on the ground. They create employment. And they also offer some financial assistance to the households. Program director, I see the time. Now I can categorize these social entrepreneurs as hybrid social entrepreneurs simply because they address two missions: economic mission and a social mission. Municipality must start to recognize these people because they're doing a very great job. And we are not in short of legislations and policies. We just have to update them, Professor Rafab. Update those things, those policies. They go and present in the council and update those policies. So, ladies and gentlemen, social entrepreneurs are individuals who are very obsessed with economic mission. We must just go to the, I should just perhaps go to the municipality and present this to the council, and perhaps we can draft something there. Perhaps we can even include the concept of social entrepreneurship in the LED or in the cooperative strategy of the Bulugwane municipality, so that we are able to recognize them, we are able to provide social security to social entrepreneurs. Yeah, that is the presentation for the day, ladies and gentlemen. It is only a stupid cow that rejoices when taken to a beautiful abattoir. Program director, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Silelo, for your presentation. I like the way you are passionate about your work, about the way it shows in how you express, and it shows in how you present. So thank you for the presentation. Another significant and very important topic in our society, especially because it doesn't address only economic challenges, but it also addresses the social challenges. So social entrepreneurship is very important. Thank you for that. I would like to take questions from the audience, please. Questions, comments. I see the hand on my left. I've noted you there. I've noted you, Prof. And Prof. Oh, I'm not sure how are we going to do on time on this one. And there's 3 more hands. I'm not sure. May I please request that we all be brief in our questions, please, because we have 5 hands. All right, may I please start with you from that side, yeah.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Rosel Ntlani. I've got one concern, which is more like linked to ethical, the ethical standing. When we talk about the sort cleaning of money within the NPOs, it seems to be supporting that. Why is it necessary? Thank you.
Thank you. Prof. Nkuna. I didn't get that, Prof. Oh.
This question without a preamble. Then you can discuss with me, I'm so passionate about. But more so, how is this all aligning to the pillars? You said you have looked at the national strategy. And I'm not sure whether you want to add up another pillar or you are extending one pillar, just to be clear on that. But there are a lot of things I want to discuss with you during tea. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Prof. Prof. Mukwena, you are next.
Yeah, thanks. I won't take time. I think there was a preamble that he mentioned that it's something that taken out of the study that he's doing for his formal qualification. I just wanted to know, because when I listened and I was so interested on the discussions of the findings and, the methodological aspect, to a certain extent, I did not pick that. Whether is the study complete or he just took one of the objectives, but it has not reached to the conclusion that I felt comfortable for particularly at a PhD level, that he could make a presentation like generalization. Or sometime, he said he went there, he collected data and so forth, but we never got to that aspect. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah. So as a law student, I was actually interested in the matter of the cleaning of money and everything. I think my question has to do with what Prof has asked there, but in a different manner. So you're saying as long as they are cleaning money for a good cause that is contributing towards social welfare, as much as the law is concerned, that may possibly amount to criminality and culpability. So are you saying it's okay to undermine and break the law for purposes of giving back?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. You may please, please address the questions. You have only 10 seconds. Try to be brief, please.
How does my study align to the pillar? Professor, perhaps actually we must just add it, social entrepreneurship, because one of the pillars is small businesses. One of the pillars of LEDs is businesses, small businesses. So let us add this one, we add another one, social entrepreneurship, so that we are able to support them and provide social security. Is the study complete, Professor Mukwen? I collected data. I've analyzed data. It's not yet complete, but that part of data collection, I was analyzing it. I'm done with collecting data. But the study is still ongoing. So these are part of the, like, presenter. Cleaning money. I'm saying that if social entrepreneurs are able to take money from their businesses and reinvest the money into the communities, some they call it, they will say, we are cleaning money. I'm saying that if they are able to take some of the money from their economic mission and reinvest that profit into the community to address the social welfare, therefore that must be encouraged. What is the problem with that? We have got young people on the street who are homeless. We have got people who are unemployed. We have many problems. There are a lot. So let us invest our profit and solve some of those. Those.
Thank you to our presenter on another very important issue, very, very important issue. Thank you. Our next presenter is from the master's category. It's Nyati T. Nyati, please ascend to the stage and present.
Good morning, everyone. As already introduced, I am Diani Nyati, and I'm a Masters of Law candidate, and I'll be presenting my paper on assessing the viability of non-human inventorship in the South African patent law. So this topic may sound a little bit technical, but it is actually about a very practical question being, should AI, which is already creating inventions, be recognized as an inventor under patent law? So we are living in a time where machines are not only helping us, but also creating new ideas. And if our law does not keep up, we risk being left behind in innovation and justice. And my passion for justice and curiosity about the future drove me to this very study, to ensure that our law remains fair, that it remains relevant and responsive to the challenges AI brings. So imagine an AI designing a life-saving device. Who should be recognized as the inventor? Is it the AI or the programmer of the AI? That is the puzzle we face. So before I venture into the legal aspect of inventions, and to cater for those who may not be familiar with intellectual property law, such as those doing accounting, economics, and the likes present in the room, here's a practical example. Let's say you invent a wireless charger that works from anywhere in your room. You simply just walk in your bedroom and you put your phone on the desk, or even in your pocket, and it charges, your phone charges automatically. That is an invention because it's a creation that is new, that is useful, and it is inventive. So how patent law works is that because you created the wireless charger, you are the inventor and you are eligible for a patent. Once the patent is approved, the law gives you 20 years of exclusive rights. That means that no other company can legally make or sell that wireless charger without your permission. Are you clarified? Now let's look at the legal aspect of it. How do I move? How do I move? I'm not sure how the slides are put here, but inventions are regulated by the Patent Act. And simply put, the Patent Act is the law that governs patent in South Africa, and a patent is an exclusive right, like I've already mentioned, that gives you 20 years of exclusivity. But here's the catch. The Act never defines the word inventor, and this creates uncertainty. And the question that would then be raised is that, can the law accept an AI as an inventor? So in 2017, South Arabia granted citizenship to a robot called Sophia. Now, if a robot can be given citizenship, which is normally a human right, then why can't laws be adopted to allow AI inventorship? The point is, laws can change when society recognizes the benefit. And this shows us that laws are not fixed, they evolve with society's needs. So towards the end of 2022, as shown in the presentation, we saw the growing use of ChatGPT. It can do much more than just answer questions. It can create original works, such as poems, designs, or even new solutions. And these are the things that qualify for copyright and potentially patents. But the law does not know where to place AI, since it lacks human intellect. However, with a minor child, children also have limited legal capacity, but they can still be recognized as an inventor of their work. But AI is not recognized. So the proponents of AI recognition argue that denying inventorship to AI is a kind of discrimination, similar to how people in history were excluded from rights because of their race, their gender, and other differences. So if corporations, which are not human beings, can be recognized as legal persons, why not AI? There is therefore a gap for consistency in how we treat entities that contribute to the society. Then we have a key case in this debate, which is the Dobus case. And in this case, Dobus is an AI that created inventions, and applications were submitted worldwide naming the Dobus as an inventor. Some countries like the US, as shown on the presentation, the US, the UK rejected the application, but Australia and South Africa accepted the application to name AI an inventor. So South Africa became the first country to accept a patent with Dobus as an inventor. And this shows that even within the global legal community, there is a disagreement, but South Africa has a chance to lead. So as I conclude, one thing is undeniable, and that is AI is no longer a futuristic dream. It is here, it is creating, and it is transforming the way we live, the way we work, and innovation. So the question is no longer whether AI can invent, but whether our law are prepared to recognize and regulate such inventions fairly. So if we can grant corporations, which are not living beings, the legal status of a person, surely we can recognize AI as inventors, and because denying this recognition is not protecting the law, it is limiting progress. My paper then recommends that AI should be allowed to be named an inventor when it produces invention that meets the requirements of a patent application. And at the same time, the owner or the operator of the AI must be listed as a core inventor or an applicant, and this will then guarantee that there is always a human being or an entity legally responsible for the use, for the exploitation, and the communalization of the invention. So when our law rise to meet the creativity of AI, South Africa rises to meet the promise of tomorrow. I thank you. Shit, I was not moving.
Thank you, Ms. Nyati. I would like to thank you not only for your presentation, but for also keeping the time. You finished your presentation just before your time is up, so that makes my job easier. Thank you for that. Another important topic, another issue that cannot be ignored, AI. We all know how it has taken over our lives, almost in all areas of our lives. In other areas, it has made things, it has brought about convenience, but in other areas, it has complicated things. So it's timely, it's a very important area to look at this time in our lives. Thank you for that presentation. Any questions or comments for her? I have noted 2 hands on this table, and there's one on that table at the back. May we please have the microphones? This was the first one, though, to be fair. The gentleman in black T-shirt. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as a prospective lawyer, I'm asking myself a lot of questions to say, if we are to recognize AI as the inventor, it means soon it will be recognized as a juristic person. Now, the question is, where does that put us as the future legal professionals? We know that many legal practitioners have been struck off the roll due to misappropriation of funds. Now, what gives you assurance that AI, if it is to be recognized as an inventor, soon they will say it should be recognized as what? As a lawyer as well. Now, what gives you assurance to say it will not misappropriate funds, because we all know that AI makes mistakes? Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Right, my question is very, very brief. So AI models like ChatGPT uses sources from the internet and other databases to consolidate information to the user. So shouldn't the authors of such information be recognized instead of the AI model?
Thank you. On that table, the last table, that's the last question. I hope you are noting down. You didn't get the second question. Okay, let's get the last one. We will come back to.
Thank you very much for a very fascinating area of study. I also want to ask a question which I think was already asked, that if you are saying that AI must be recognized as a patent or as let me say an inventor of a program, are you saying that it must be granted a legal persona? And also, I think on the ground, what I detect from the questions that they're asking, it seems like they don't understand the difference between AI and ChatGPT. Please, in your answer, if you have information regarding that, please clarify them on the difference between AI and ChatGPT. Thank you.
Thank you. May I please request that we come back to the second question so that we can clarify?
The question was, AI models like ChatGPT uses sources from the internet and other databases to consolidate information to the user. So shouldn't the authors of such information be recognized?
Okay. Thank you. Okay, you may address the questions.
So in answering the questions, I'll start with the one on legal personality. Whether am I saying that in naming AI an inventor, we then granting it legal personality? And the answer is no. There is a difference between an inventor and a patent applicator. What I'm saying is that AI should be the inventor. It does not in any way have rights, but the patent applicator will be the person who either used the AI to create an invention or the person who created the AI. The developer of the AI or the user of the AI will be the patent applicator. So everything that relates to rights and responsibilities will fall on the human who is like that. So AI is merely an inventor. And on the issue of copyright, ChatGPT. ChatGPT usually is under I would say I would make it fall under the copyright, which is not part of my study. My study is on inventions, which is, because ChatGPT deals with literature, writings and stuff. So by saying that if it gives you a writing that it referred to other authors, should not those authors be recognized? They will be recognized, either as, but that's another area, it's copyright. It's not part of my study. And addressing the last question on the difference between AI and ChatGPT, I think ChatGPT is an AI, but I'm not sure as yet if it can be able to make an invention, because what it deals with mostly it's literature, and if it's literature, then we're talking copyright law, which is not part of my study. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nyatsi. You may proceed on the other side to take the photo. Thank you. Thank you. I do see you did your homework. You answered your questions very well. I'm not sure, may I please be guided by Ms. Gillian? You will guide me on what time do we break for lunch. I'm not sure what is the time now or how many presenters can we take before we break for lunch. Is there anyone from the organizing team who can guide us? Or must we just go on, proceed? It's 1:45. Oh, thank you, Prof. Thank you for that. Maybe we can even take 2 more if the time allows. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is from the honors category. It's Magane MD. If you are in the hall, please come to the stage. Thank you.
Okay. First and foremost, I would like to convert my humble greetings to you all and say good day. My name is Magane Dipuo, and I am excited to present my research, which is on the impact of digitalization on supply chain. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. As I was saying, I'm excited to present my research, which is on the impact of digitalization on supply chain management for operational efficiency in small and medium-sized enterprises, a case of the Polokwane local municipality. Now, before I start, I just want all of us to take a moment and to imagine a world where supply chains are transparent, effective, and efficient. A world where small and medium-sized enterprises can compete with large corporations or market leaders in the industry. Now, this is all possible with the genius of digitalization. So, what is this digitalization? Digitalization is simply the use of digital technologies to transform operational processes as well as business models. Okay, so why did I choose this topic? Digitalization has revolutionized business operations and has completely transformed industries, including the supply chain management industry. I am interested in exploring how digitalization, especially in supply chain management, empowers small and medium-sized enterprises, and it can improve operational efficiency in supply chains. The digital evolution has led to long-term competitiveness and survival, especially in today's unpredictable and unstable business environment. The main objective of this study was to determine whether internal factors affected the adoption of digitalization for enterprise success. So some of the examples of digital tools that can be used to improve supply chains include your blockchain technology, your Internet of Things, as well as artificial intelligence. Okay, so based on our study or the findings of our studies, we have found that SMEs within the Polokwane local municipality, they encounter various challenges, especially when it comes to managing their supply chains. These challenges can limit their potential for gaining competitive advantage and for growth. The reason being is that small and medium-sized enterprises in the Polokwane local municipality, they lack the necessary resources as well as capabilities to adopt these digital technologies. Now,
because of the constraints of the limits of the slides, I'm just going to go through the literature review without actually, you won't see it. I'm so sorry. Okay, so building on the problem statement, let's now explore the existing literature review. So in terms of the theoretical literature review, the resource-based theory, which was developed in 1991 by J. Banner, which states that a firm, or in our case, an enterprise, can gain competitive advantage by harnessing or leveraging its internal resources and capabilities. So in the context of digitalization, this theory will help us understand how enterprises, or in this case, small and medium-sized enterprises, or yes, they can, how they can adopt these digital technologies in order to improve their overall supply chain practices. Now, in terms of the empirical literature review, various recent studies have showed that the effective adoption of these digital tools in supply chain management could transform SMEs, enhancing the operational efficiency as well as responsiveness. However, on the contrary, other studies have argued that no, a lack of these digital tools can actually face some challenges, as there could be a lack of skilled personnel that can hinder the successful transformation of, or the use of these digital tools, as they are very complex to use. I also indicated in my abstract, or in my article, the conceptual model which showed the relationship between my variables, which include the enterprise resources, entrepreneurial characteristics, enterprise characteristics, digitalization, perceived attitudes, as well as enterprise success. So, in terms of my methodology and findings, a study considered a quantitative approach with a sample of 65 enterprises within the Polokwane local municipality, and data was examined through diagnostic tests. And for reliability, the Cropbox alpha was greater than 0.9, which indicated an internal, a high internal consistency reliability, which gives a clear indication that the items are reliable and consistent. As you guys can see the figure there, I'm just going to be brief because of the time. This figure illustrates a histogram which shows a roughly shaped distribution, which appears that the data is unimodal, indicating a single peak, which shows the central tendency, as well as the middle values. So all these results taken together, they suggest that there is an association between the independent variables as well as the dependent variables, and therefore it shows that the data is reliable and valid for further analysis for the multilinear regression. Okay, so multilinear regression was used to analyze the relationship between the independent variables as well as the dependent variables. So, the variables that I have listed, they indicated a strongly positively a correlation, and this correlation, they imply that there is a positive relationship between these variables. Are you still with me? Okay. Okay, so for the analysis of data, I used the ANOVA technique, which I summarized in my article, as well as the model summary. So, if I was to conclude or summarize the findings, none of the predictor variables were statistically significant. And due to further research, we have found that it could be due to the sample size being too small. Okay. Now, how does my research or my study contribute, or what are the contributions of my study? So, this study provides a framework for SMEs in Polokwane to adopt digitalization in their supply chains, promoting supply chain efficiency. These findings also can contribute to the literature on digitalization in supply chain management, underlining the benefits as well as the shortcomings. I'm just going to go through the conclusion before I go to the recommendation. So, in conclusion, digitalization has the ability to transform supply chain management in SMEs in Polokwane by improving efficiency, reducing supply chain costs, and enhancing competitiveness. Okay, so the recommendations. So, firstly,
Further research and solutions are needed as digital tools such as your Internet of Things are very complicated to use, especially for those who may be coming from rural areas or those who don't even have a background or are not familiar with digital tools, and people from other generations. But I know as Gen Zs, we know them. So, because I also highlighted before that the reason why my results were not significant, it was because of the small sample size, and I prophesy a question, so let me just address this. So, okay. So I would recommend that for further research, studies, they collect a larger sample size so that they can increase the power of the regression analysis. Another recommendation that I would like to also mention is that policymakers could also support SMEs in adopting digitalization by providing them maybe with grants such as your SEFA, which is Small Enterprise Finance Agency, as well as the NYDA. So before I wrap it up, I would like to leave you guys with a statement which states that digitalization isn't just transforming how businesses operate, but it is redefining what's possible. So my question for small and medium-sized enterprises would be, what is next? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Magane, for your interesting presentation, focusing on the adoption of digital tools to enhance supply chain effectiveness in the SMMEs. Thank you for that. Are there any comments or questions for her, for the presenter? I've noted you, sir, in the front here. I've noted the hand at the back. Any more hands? Okay. Oh, okay. This was the first hand, but it's okay. You can start there since you already.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Based on your results of the histogram, I saw that one of the part of the histogram is at the higher peak, of which I assume it might be more than 3. So in that way, I think, according to me, it had reached an efficient supply chain. So is there any place where you can identify that indeed the supply chain in the SMMEs has been shown, or there's an efficient operation that is made through the supply chain, as there was a high peak? So I heard that the results are not significant, of which it may cause non-reliability of your results in the future. So I suppose that you may consider other estimation techniques so that your results may be reliable and robust. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment.
I'll be the most brief. It's not a question, it's a comment. Perhaps to make your study, Ms. Mogane, more nuanced, you could factor in the matter of the digital divide. The SMEs also include the most rural of the rural, the formerly wretched of the earth, who might be impacted terribly by the status quo regarding the digital divide in South Africa. Not on the part of the Muni, you know the Muni, you have empowered people there. It's just a comment. Well, not like other states as far as addressing the digital divide is concerned, just to touch on how differently that would affect the other end, the SME that respond to whatever invites by the municipality. In some states, like Vadodara in India, where you find the untouchables, and you find the nomads who have no abode, they saunter over mountains. Yet, in that part of India, even somebody dwelling in the mountain has a cell phone with connectivity. We are not there. So please just weave it in to make your study more nuanced, because science rests in problematizing. Nothing is smooth. If something appears smooth, you make it appear even more rough. That's research. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that. I hope you have noted those comments just to enhance and to improve your study where there is a need. You wanted to respond somewhere, or are you fine? You are fine with the comments. Thank you so much. You may proceed and take your picture. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's after 1 p.m. now. It's 2 minutes to 1, Prof. Thank you for updating me regards the time. I left my phone there, so I'm not sure what's the exact time. I think it's time for lunch, so I can see the afternoon shift is usually not an easy one. The energy levels, they go down. The focus levels, they go down. So to avoid information overload and to avoid really too much exhaustion, I will propose that we break for lunch. How many minutes? Is it 1 hour? 45, okay. Lunch is 45 minutes. Let's please break for lunch. See you after 45 minutes. Thank you.
Everyone. Great. Okay, without wasting time, you know that we are 2 hours late, so we really need to pick time. We'll continue where we left off. So now I'll call Mr. Manama to come and present, doctoral candidate. So, my name is Ngwako Mukwele from the Department of Development Planning and Management. Mr. Manama, please come and tell us what is your study about. Okay, time is ready. Mr. Manama, the stage is yours.
Thobela, madume ke sa Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. As already alluded, I am Manama Sakiel Albert, a PhD candidate in administration with specialization development planning and management. I am supervised by Professor N.J. Mukwele and Professor M.T. Ramoroka as the co-supervisor. I am presenting the paper titled Examining the Informal Economy in South Africa to Build Sustainable Cities, the city of Polokwane as a case. The motive behind this paper was on the Agenda 2030 of Sustainable Development Goals, specifically Goal 11, that seeks to build sustainable cities and communities. So that's the motive that drew this paper, or behind this paper. So these are the content that will be covered in my presentation. There is a say that the best way to eat an elephant in your path is to chop it piece by piece. Similarly to addressing a problem, the best way to solve a problem is to address it bit by bit. So addressing issues associated with informal economy is a one step forward towards building sustainable cities and achieving spatial sustainability. So informal economy, it plays a critical role or pivotal role in creating opportunities and livelihoods for households in urban areas, particularly the poor. And it even plays a role in promoting local economic development and growth within cities or in urban areas. However, the informal economy, it normally emanates as street vendors, those who occupy the street selling food, fruit and veggie, and other things. Some they provide informal services such as shoe shining and other informal services. But this factor, the informal economy, it's influenced by a variety of factors. Among others is the issue of unemployment and poverty, whereby informal economy, it plays a role as a cushion for poor households, not to fill the scratch of poverty and unemployment hardship. Another influencing factor is the urbanization, whereby the mushrooming of people into city spaces doesn't align or it's not in pace with formal opportunities within cities or urban areas. Another factor is the lack of inclusive policy and enforcement, whereby policies, they fail to incorporate or accommodate the informal economy. In terms of problem statement, it is argued that the rapid growth of informal economy in city spaces raises a key concern in terms of land use planning and management, the the service delivery and spatial sustainability. Because informal economy, they normally occupy or occur in spaces that are not designed for trading. And this includes the parking lots, the sidewalks, the parks, or some, they operate or trade in the front doors of formal shops within city public spaces. And this leads to land use conflict and environmental problems, because some of the common practices, they include the unlawful land occupation, poor waste management, and resulting in pollution, infrastructure damage, and flood risk. Because there's an argument from the study by COM, but not you, Brasem. COMA 2017 argues that these people, they tend not to, they rarely clean their stalls or their area of operation. And some, they have a tendency of sweeping their waste into the sidewalks or into the roadways. Some, they sweep their waste inside the drainage system. And this creates a challenge during heavy rainy season. So these challenges, the challenges that emanate from the informal economy, they hinder the sustainable spatial development and negatively impact the public health, the safety and the quality of life within the city. Then in terms of the policy perspective, it is argued that the existing policies, they fail to incorporate, or they fail to clearly address the placement or the planning and management of informal economy within the city spaces. And this resulted in spatial distortion, spatial fragmentation, or environmentally unsustainable practices. And to some extent, it is even difficult to identify a specific area where the informal economy are operating. So the main aim of this study is to propose a framework for planning and management of informal economy to build sustainable cities in South Africa, but in the context of the city of Polokwane. In terms of the literature, the theoretical literature, I've adopted the broken window theory as a guiding lens for the study, which it is built on the premise that a house with a broken window or windows, it often gives people an impression that no one is in charge of the house, and people, they end up evading the house or occupying the house illegally and tampering with the property. That's the premise within the theory or around the theory. Then the assumption is that the small visible signs of disorder encourages more disorders. So in the context of this study, the broken window theory is adopted to understand the persistence of informal economy and the complexities around spatial sustainability. Then these are the thematic areas that were covered within the empirical literature. I won't go through them because of time. Then, in terms of methodology, this was a desktop-based qualitative research study. We adopted the desktop qualitative-based approach. The thematic area was used for analysis. Then the researcher gave conformity to this. Then in terms of the key finding, because of time, I will try to rush. I've identified, or the literature showed the spatial sustainability challenges and policy shortfalls in terms of the key findings. Then for this study, I am proposing a framework that is or will be named the City Framework for Spatial Sustainability. This is a 5-phased framework. This is a 5-phased framework that addresses the planning and management of informal economy. And the first phase is the characterization that deals with the understanding of the state of informal economy, the land use planning that deals with the zoning for trading spaces, participatory and the infrastructure provision. Another stage is policy, policy or regulation. Then another space which incorporate the implementation part of the framework is sustainability. Then the last phase is monitoring and evaluation. So if this framework is implemented effectively or adequately, this will be the outcomes. The sustainable land use, improved livelihood, reduced environmental impact, inclusive, resilient, and resilient spaces. So because of time, I will conclude with the say by Albert Einstein. We cannot solve our problem with the very same thinking we've used when we created them. So the city framework for spatial sustainability is a framework that brings a new thinking, a new approach into addressing the planning and management of informal economy. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Sakiel Monama, for your presentation. I will invite questions. Please don't preface questions. Ask a question. And Ms. Motlana, be ready. Then we'll have her. Then you're noted as well. Thank you. Romy Mike, please.
Thank you. Is it on? Am I audible? Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for the lovely presentation. I am interested in the law. You spoke of policies, so I would like to know which policies are not addressing your problem, where and how. Probably clause this is not saying 1, 2, 3, so I would love that explanation in terms of which policies did you recognize and how are they not addressing your problem, and what is the recommendation therein, whether the amendment of the policies or introduction of new policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman at the back, note the questions.
Oh, thank you. I also had the same question, but I also have a second question. You spoke about, you recommended a framework, I think you call it the CFSS framework. So who will be the role players there in that framework of yours that you recommended? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sakiel, please respond.
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions. Policies, which policies? The first policy is your spluma, or the spluma. It complete.
Maybe say it in full. Say it in full.
Oh, the spluma, the Spatial Planning Land Use Management Act. It completely divorced itself from addressing the issues of informal economy. It doesn't say anything about the planning and management of informal economy. That's one of the policies. Again, the Sustainable Development Framework from international, from the national, the provincial, the local, it says nothing about the informal economy within city spaces. Another thing, there's I will say it's a bylaw. Since I'm using the case of Polokwane, I will talk of the bylaw, the Polokwane Municipality Street Vending Bylaw. It tried to address or incorporate issues around the planning and management of informal economy. But it is not clear, one, on the alternative or the specific area where the informal economy can take place. You check the section 4.5, the section 4.5 of the street vending bylaw. It will tell you that in street, like if you're familiar with the city of Polokwane, street like the Church Street, Risik Street, Chabombe, Grobla Street, street vending, informal economy are not allowed to trade in those areas. But you go to the city of Polokwane, those are the hotspot areas where street vending activities or informal economy are taking place. Recommendation, the city framework for spatial sustainability. That's the framework I am recommending. Then in terms of the role players, the authorities who are in charge of the town and cities, those are the main role players in terms of the planning and management of this. Even the engagement of the informal economy. I mean, the informal traders, since they are the one affected by this concern. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. Let's give, if you can ask a question, but it's not we are not going to respond to it. I think I saw a hand at the back. Oh, it's fine. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mnama. I saw people that after finishing to present, you got that direction. I don't know what's happening there, but it's fine. Ms. Lerato Motlan, a doctoral category. A doctoral category. She'll be presenting on the approaches and practice of sustainable livelihood, a township perspective to advance sustainable development in democratic South Africa. Yeah. Okay. Yes, it's close. But the timer.
Is it not showing? Prophet can't start yet. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Motlana Lerato, a doctoral candidate in the Development Planning and Management School of Economics and Management. I think Mr. Munama, what he did here was to set the tone because he started with a quote, and I'll follow suit. Trevor Noah says, in the township, you will not see any segregation because everyone that lives there is black. This is from his Born a Crime book. But now democratic South Africa has painted a different picture because townships, that is where you find more diversity. My paper is more conceptual rather than theoretical, so profs don't get too excited on asking me about frameworks and research paradigms. I'll be presenting a conceptual paper. The title of my paper is Sustainable Livelihoods, Approaches and Practices in a Democratic South Africa, a Township Perspective. Now, Chambers and Conway have greatly influenced the emergence of sustainable livelihoods approaches in the early 1990s. As such, sustainable livelihood approaches are not sudden to townships. In actual fact, they are more central to the policy formulation of townships. Conway and Chambers, what they have done is highlight the importance of livelihoods being able to withstand stresses and shocks and notwithstanding diversification. Now, furthermore, in development studies, particularly to geography of development, sustainable livelihood approaches and practices have become more crucial actors-orientated viewpoint that are more significant to the impact of development-orientated research and development practices. Now, as such, sustainable livelihoods vary because different people in different locations practice different lifestyles. Now, in the recent years, we've heard also from Mr. Munama, as I will highlight, that sustainable livelihood approaches have become core to poverty alleviation globally as they follow suit of the United Nations 2030 development goals. Now, aside from the characterization of South African townships, which continue to be very vulnerable, and vulnerability will come from their structure, their informal economy, and so forth. Very sustainable livelihood practices and sustainable livelihood approaches provide for a multifaceted prism through which to see how townships, communities are able to deal and overcome adversities that come from stresses and shocks. Now, sustainable livelihood approaches in many townships are more dependent on the informal economic activities such as your backyard rentals, home-based enterprises, street vendors, and unofficial transport services, amongst many others. Now, approaches to sustainable livelihoods in townships enable the identification of real-world priorities for action-based tools like participatory development, sector-wide approaches, and integrated development in townships. In townships, sustainable livelihoods are varied and sometimes community-driven. They demonstrate inequity of locals, or rather community, the residents, and also they adjust to the difficult socioeconomic circumstances. For example, South Africa has a very high unemployment rate. Now, the IMF notes that 60% of the world's population earn a living in the livelihoods that are more in the informal economy. Now, a vast majority of this is sustainable livelihood practices. Now, majority of sustainable livelihood practices in townships are often not officially acknowledged or rather supported. There's no legislative framework that supports such livelihood practices. Now, in suggesting or recommending possible policies and programs that could be initiated, is that policies need to support sustainability and environmental conscious approaches that are being practiced in addition to making money. Now, the establishment of cooperative and community savings clubs such as your Stokvel, if you are from a township, you'd know that they are very prominent in townships, which operate as an alternative to financial institutions that are more formal than your traditional banks. Now, community participation and institutional inclusion with alignment to the mandates such as the NDP, the IDP, and LED strategy, it's more needed in terms of that. In conclusion, sustainable livelihood approaches demonstrate that when various types of capital align via community-driven solutions, resilience and sustainability arise in a democratic South African townships. Now, sustainable livelihoods approaches and practices incorporate inclusive effect, future interventions, and other forms of capital, and they make use of social networks and incorporate assistance into policy and geographical frameworks. I thank you.
We really need more people like you who finishes within 5 minutes. Thank you very much for your lovely presentation. We've got 9 minutes of deliberation, so we can relax. But don't preface. Okay, questions? I'm inviting hands for questions. No, let me, Monama, don't you have a question? Okay. Without any question, thank you very much, Madam Lerato, for your presentation. We will go to the next person. You go that direction, they talk to you. The next person will be the master's category, NP Mashishi. I'm not sure if the student is here. Oh, lovely stuff. Let's welcome her with hands, applause. She will be discussing the impact of education, employment, and government spending on poverty reduction in South Africa, master's category. You've got 15 minutes. Okay, before, let's try to look for this one, right? The time starts now. Yeah, you just press there.
All right, greetings to the House at large. Standing before you is Ms. NP Mashishi, Master of Commerce in Economics. And today we'll be presenting about the impact of education, employment, and government spending on poverty reduction in South Africa. Well, the curiosity behind my paper was to check if indeed education attainment, securing employment reduces poverty in South Africa alongside with government spending. Ladies and gentlemen, South Africa is among the developing countries that still struggle with high levels of inequality, unemployment, and poverty. As a result, the National Development Plan vision of 2030 is to ensure that all South Africans enjoy a decent standard of living, and employment is one of the core elements of the standards of living. The persistent struggle against poverty and unemployment call for a closer examination on how education, employment, and government spending influences poverty in South Africa. Over 30 13.2 million people are still living in extreme poverty, unemployment exceeding 30%, negatively affecting the youth and the marginalized group, compounded by the slow economic growth with external shocks like the likes of COVID-19. Now, coming to the literature review, theoretically, the human capital theory explains that the investment in education boosts employment, in turn reducing poverty. However, in South Africa, the education system still remains unequal. Again, the Workness law suggests that government spending on public services expands economic growth. However, in South Africa, it only lasts in the short run. Empirically, studies have found that education attainment does indeed reduce poverty in the long run. However, with government spending, it has only been short-run effects. Now, coming to the research methodology, econometrically using e-views, we employed the vector error correction model on a quantitative methodology with a time series spanning from 1993 to 2023. The data is sourced from the World Bank and also EasyQuantech, with, of course, education, employment, and government spending being our independent variables, with poverty being our dependent variables. Well, the results using Johansson's co-integration test, which explains the long-run relationship between the variables, it is showed that indeed education and government spending do reduces poverty in the long run, whereas employment effects were found to be insignificant. So the error correction model is also in line with the theory that it says it has to be negative and also statistically significant, to show that it can revert back to the equilibrium. Again, the Granger causality, which explains the influence of these variables on poverty, it showed that unidirectional causality from education, employment, or also government through employment, in a way that changes in education does influences changes in poverty in South Africa. Again, changes in employment do influence poverty in South Africa, as well as changes in government. They do influence changes in poverty through employment. Again, the impulsive response showed that any innovation made in education and employment, the poverty responses positively, hence shown with the upward sloping curves on the graphs, and also with government spending, there has been fluctuations. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the study found that education, employment, and government spending do indeed influences the poverty in South Africa, and we are recommending that improvement in efficiency of government spending will definitely help us eliminate or rather reduce poverty in South Africa, aligning with the sustainable goal number 1 that South Africa is committed to eliminate poverty in all levels and everywhere. Also, to align education system with labor markets needs to ensure relevance and also employable skills, as Mr. sorry to pronounce their surname wrongly, Matiambizi said that some departments, they prefer hiring the others, whereas people are educated, like they went to school, but then they can't get employment. In South Africa, we need to align education system with what is available in the market. Also, to promote inclusive employment by removing labor markets barriers and supporting entrepreneurship. Thank you.
I think we are cruising nicely. The next presenter, you are under pressure. 5 minutes. Questions? I know they're talking about co-integration and long runs, but I think the subject is quite in our mainstream in terms of poverty reduction and education. Questions? Doc, noted there. 3. Okay, let me start with him. If you are unable to pronounce Mr. Mjambizi's surname, you just say Muchaba Pitsi, so you'll be good.
I think the battery is finished here, I'm not sure. No, ma'am, thank you for a lovely presentation. I just want to inquire, the National Development Plan that you base your framework on predates both COVID and GNU. Do you think that has had an impact on what is attainable under NDP 2030? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As someone is taking the mic there, can you ask your question?
Oh, yeah.
Can we have someone who deals with the roaming mic? Oh, there's a mic there. Okay.
Yeah,
You can
very
ask.
much, my sister, for a wonderful presentation. My question is in line with the National Development Plan 2030, as well as the Sustainable Development Goal, specifically Goal 1 that you indicated. Looking at the current status quo, even the direction of our government or the state of the country, I want to hear, just to check with you, if whether we are heading the right direction in addressing or attaining the Sustainable Development Goal 1, even the NDP 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Machokocha, please be ready. Honors. Let him ask.
Thank you, Madam. Lovely presentation. On your recommendations, you've mentioned educational system or education system. Can you please outline them in particular? Which are those? I believe you have them in your full paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mashishi.
Okay, with the first question, the NDP during the likes of COVID-19, you said that, right? South Africa has implemented the likes of programs in a way that they are supporting people who have been retrenched and those who cannot afford like a living, in provision of social welfare programs like the SRD that offers like 350 to 370 that has been recently increased. I think that is in line with helping to for survival of the poor. And also on goal number 1, in line with the NDP 2030, what I said is that the NDP 2030, their goal is to achieve a decent standard of living in a way that the poverty falls or gives another measure of the standard of living. So I think in South Africa, given with the predictions that we are making and also checking the trends of how the poverty has been fluctuating from the period that I started with from 1993, yes, I can say that we are in line based on the evidence that I've extracted. So coming to the education system, I think in South Africa, we have a problem of like, there are lots of programs in a way that right now I'm studying for economics, but then like when after graduating, will I get a job? In a way that I think the solution is to find that they open for courses that they know there is like labor demand in the field, because like most of the departments you find that students go to school and then after graduating they don't get employment immediately. Then we have to wait for the elders to go into pension and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe as a comment, assess how the NDP that was constructed before COVID and that was constructed before COVID and even the GNU that is currently in operation, are we still heading to the right direction? Is it still applicable, because the philosophy and the approach might have changed? And now we will go to Machokocha. Miss, I think it's a miss, Machokocha. I'm sorry for butchering your surname. Miss Machokocha. Yeah, you see, surnames are a problem. I'm sorry. Yeah. Please show me yours. Machu. Yeah? It's the wrong one. How did you save it?
They didn't save the right one.
They did not save the right one?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you talk to let's continue. As they are still addressing Machukucha's presentation, we'll continue. Magobotuho, honors category. Magobotuho. Okay, I don't know. How did you save it? Is that the correct one? Okay, let's just press here. Just press here. Yeah. Yes, let's keep an ear and honors category.
Good afternoon. My name is Khari Magobotogo Olga. The title of my research is The Relationship Between Environmental Sustainability, Renewable Energy Consumption, and Real Economic Growth in South Africa. So the introduction and background of my research is that South Africa's economic development requires balancing growth, natural resource management, and inclusive transition to sustainability. We know that back in the days before apartheid, there were restrictions in South Africa in some of the activities, and then it reduced productivity, and then after, in 1994, the democracy boosted growth via global integration. South Africa is an industrialized with strong mining, manufacturing and service sectors where coal remains a key driver of GDP, and this heavily reliance on coal lead to high carbon dioxide emissions. These emissions lead to environmental challenges such as droughts and climate change, which negatively affects agriculture, overall economic performance, highlighting that there's a trade-off between economic growth and environmental quality. Theoretically, renewable energy adoption can reduce carbon emissions, decrease dependence on coal, and stimulate economic growth through investments and job creation. So South Africa, in response to mitigating these carbon dioxide emissions, participate in international climate agreements such as Paris Agreement, Kyoto Protocol, to reduce these emissions and transition to a low carbon economy, yet this remains a problem. So urgent investment in sustainable technologies, infrastructure, and regulatory reforms is needed to achieve both environmental sustainability and long-term economic growth. So the aim of the study is to investigate the relationship between environmental sustainability renewable energy consumption and real economic growth in South Africa for the period 1994 to 2022. The objectives of the study is to determine the short-run and the long-run impact on environmental sustainability, on real economic growth, to determine the short and the long-run impact on renewable energy consumption and real economic growth, to evaluate the causal relationship between environmental sustainability, renewable energy consumption, and real economic growth. The research questions are made up from the objectives. So the theories that anchors my study is endogenous growth theory. It explains that a sustained economic growth is driven by internal factors which include workforce development, innovation in technology and policy choices, rather than external technology progress. The study aligns with endogenous view that policy-driven instruments, investment in clean energy and sustainable practices can generate productivity and stimulate long-term growth. So the theory of rent, it explains how income is generated from natural resources, which include land or minerals based on their scarcity and productivity. This theory explains how exploitation of natural resources such as fossil fuel can generate economic benefits, but often at the expense of the environment. The literature review, the scholar above examined how environmental sustainability and real economic growth are related in Tunisia for the period 1990 that used ARDL, and then it found a positive relationship in the long run and in the short run. The scholar also above employed ARDL models and coherence analysis to assess the effects of renewable energy consumption on economic growth in South Africa, and found a negative long-run and short-run relationship. Also, the scholar above conducted a study examining the relationship between renewable energy consumption and environmental sustainability in Africa. They utilized the panel data from 37 countries over the period 2008 to 2014 and showed a positive relationship. So the research methodology, the research used a data from 1994 to 2022, comprising of 28 observations, and the data used was collected from World Bank. So the functional form is as follows, and the variables that I used, my independent variable is GDP per capita, and the dependent variables, carbon dioxide emissions from building energy, carbon dioxide emissions from transport energy, methane emissions from industrial processes, methane emissions from transport energy, and renewable energy consumption. So the estimating techniques used, I used unit root, followed by co-integration test to test for long-run relationship, ARDL for long-run and short-run analysis, additionally diagnostic test and stability test, and causality test to test for causal relationship between the variables. So the empirical findings, carbon dioxide from building energy and methane emissions from industrial processes indicate a positive relationship with GDP. The result discussions are here. Carbon dioxide emissions from building energy and methane from transport energy are positively related to GDP. However, they are statistically insignificant at all levels. In the short run, carbon dioxide emissions from building energy and methane emissions from industrial processes positively affects GDP, but statistically insignificant. Methane emissions from transport energy and renewable energy consumption negatively affects GDP. However, they are statistically significant at 5%. Also, the error correction term in the short run indicates that about 64.7% of any short run deviation from the long run equilibrium is corrected in the next year. Also, I used the diagnostic test, normality test, serial correlation, heteroscedasticity, and heteroscedasticity that is Prish, Beck, and Godfrey, heteroscedasticity that is ARC. And on the normality, the residuals are normally distributed, and there's no correlation among variables, and there's no heteroscedasticity. Conclusion and recommendation. This study examined the relationship between environmental sustainability, renewable energy consumption, and real economic growth in South Africa from 1994 to 2022 as stated. So carbon dioxide emissions from building energy and methane emissions from industrial processes positively influence economic growth in the long run. Carbon dioxide and methane emissions from transport energy negatively affected economic growth with a renewable energy consumption that does not align with the prior expectations of the research. So overall growth is still driven by traditional energy sources, which poses a challenge for environmental sustainability. So the government continues to collaborate with local and international partners with the aim to provide financial and technical support for the transition to low carbon economy. So the study recommends promoting sustainable long-term growth by investing in the renewable energy, improving energy efficiency, modernizing the transport sector with cleaner technologies, and strengthening policies to accelerate the shift to clean energy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are going to questions. It's always a pleasure when you see honor students with confidence being able to articulate their study. Thank you very much. Hand there. Another hand. Okay. A gentleman over there.
Based on the results, I saw that your methodology included the stability test, of which you didn't display on the slides. So I would like to know if the results remained the restriction line of 5% or what, and then also I saw that there were insignificant. That did it also contribute to the stability test of breaking out, or it remained the same?
I hope you got that. Can you make it a bit clearer?
Okay. About the stability results of the QZooms and QZoom squares, did the restriction line remain within the 5% or not? Also, about the long run results, is there anything or a factor that contributed to be insignificant?
I think that is clear. A gentleman here.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. You have made mention that fossil fuels as well as natural resources can contribute to the generation of income in order to contribute to economic growth. Now my question is, are you aware of the factors that make us not to grow economically or to cause economic boom, such as the low education system that we're having in South Africa, as well as a lack of knowledge? The reason why I'm asking this is we all know that the minerals that are extracted from South Africa, they are actually enough to cause economic boom. But then due to lack of knowledge, we export those minerals to foreign countries for them to manufacture, and at a later stage, they sell them to us, which means we are returning back the money that we gave, that they bought those minerals. So are you saying we are going somewhere with regards to growing economically or not? Thank you.
Okay, you can respond. Please, we don't have a lot of minutes. Let's not preface or justify the questions. Thank you very much.
You're saying we export the minerals that we extract from South Africa, and then
Okay, I was saying we export the minerals that we extract from South Africa to foreign countries. Then they manufacture them. Then they sell those things that they have manufactured using our own resources that we sold to them with our own money. Meaning we are returning back the money that they gave us when we were selling them.
His question was, what other factors are responsible for low economic growth in South Africa? Right? That was your first question.
I don't think I understand. I don't have an answer for that. But the CUSM one, yes, the 5%, they fall under the 5%.
Thank you so much for your responses. Let us continue. Is Machukucha ready? Yes, we are ready now. Honors category.
Greetings to the House at large. My name is Karabo Machokota, an honors student currently indulging in a study titled The Effect of Organizational Support on Employee Well-Being at the University of Limpopo. My supervisor is Ms. V.N. Maseko. Why did I choose this topic? I was once told that I have spokesperson skills at an interview where I was asking them questions after the interview. And one of the questions that I asked was about the processes and procedures and measures that they have in place to ensure that they cater for the well-being of their employees. So I'm hoping to be the spokesperson of the University of Limpopo employees this year. Let's go to the introduction of the research, where we look at the apartheid laws like the Extension of University Education Act 1959, which enforced racial exclusion and unequal standard in the higher education institutions, with disadvantaged universities, which are historically black institutions, such as the University of Limpopo, receiving fewer resources, leading to ill-prepared students and an added burden on staff. Institutions with historically strong European influence such as UCT, VETS, UP, and UJ continue to lead research, technological advancement, and innovation, which helps them to carry their burden at work. Apartheid's Bantu Education Act and University Education Act segregated institutions and minimized resources for Africans, resulting in neglected facilities at disadvantaged universities. While focused more on students, it implies strained staff conditions due to resource shortage and urban biases excluding rural areas. The question of whether universities provide enough support and resources for the well-being of their academic staff is crucial, as the well-being of academic staff is a growing concern in higher education, with workplace stress and burnout threatening both individual health and institutional success. The organization's attempt to improve employee well-being derives from the concept of corporate social responsibility, which reflects the activity that a company conducts that positively impacts society and contributes to its well-being. Others define organizational support as the influence by a person's engagement with the organization, which includes praises, support, and approval. Whereas, according to the organizational support theory, employees form a general perception of how much the organization values their contribution and care about their well-being, which is known as perceived organizational support. Historically disadvantaged institutions like the University of Limpopo face additional barriers, including legacy inequalities from segregated policies that affect resource distribution and institutional culture. Let's go to the problem statement. Employee well-being in South African institutions is a pressing concern, significantly affecting academic staff's mental health, job satisfaction, and productivity. Challenges such as toxic work conditions, poor management, excessive workload, and limited resources contribute to lower morale and emotional strain among academics, which affects their well-being. While existing research has examined work-life balance and occupational demands, rural institutions like the University of Limpopo, as one of the historically black institutions, remains understudied, with few empirical investigations linking organizational support to well-being outcomes. Key issues such as burnout, emotional fatigue, and insufficient administrative support exacerbate stress, highlighting the need for targeted research. Although factors like emotional intelligence and cultural practice can enhance well-being, the specific impact of perceived organizational support requires deeper exploration. These are my research objectives and question. I won't go through them because of time. Let's go to the research literature review. The research was governed by these three theories: the perceived organizational support theory by Eisenberger, which posed that employees develop perception of organizational support based on the extent to which they believe their organization values their contribution and cares for their well-being. The job demand resource theory by Demoruth, which provides a lens of understanding how organizational support as a resource to mitigate job demand and foster well-being. The social exchange theory by Blau, which suggests that reciprocity occurs when individuals gain advantages while incurring cost. The empirical literature. In the South African higher education context, organizational support manifests in various forms, including supervisory guidance, professional development opportunities, and resources provision, yet it is often hampered by systematic challenges. For instance, a narrative review of academic staff well-being in South African University highlights support types such as institutional recognition, program and workload management policies, but notes they are inadequate in addressing heavy administrative burden and low salaries, which exacerbate burnout among lecturers. The research discusses how inadequate organizational support affect employee well-being using the conservation of resource theory, which suggests that excessive job demand without inadequate resources leads to stress and health issues. In the South African higher education, academic staff experience large student numbers and limited institutional aid, face burnout, and poor physical well-being. Insufficient support, such as lack of feedback or autonomy, depletes personal resources, resulting in health impairment and reduced engagement. This aligns with the findings by Wong, 2024, who associated heavy workload with resource loss and increased emotional exhaustion in university settings. Despite the growing body of evidence on perceived organizational support and employee well-being in higher education, several gaps persist, particularly in the South African context. Mashilo, 2023, identifies limitations such as the cross-sectional design inability to establish causality between perceived organizational support and well-being, suggesting a need for longitudinal study to track long-term effect on well-being. Although I'll also be using cross-sectional design, I just thought that gap needs to be added. Furthermore, while research often looked context-specific challenges such as historical inequalities in historical disadvantaged institutions, where funding constraint exacerbates resource depletion under consecutive consecutive of resource theory by Ratau 2025. Additionally, there is a scarcity of intervention-focused studies evaluating human resource programs like employee assistance initiatives for well-being, enhancement, highlighting the need for experimental design to test the inefficiency in South African higher institutions. The conceptual framework, we have the independent variable, which is organizational support, and the dependent variable, which is employee well-being. My methodology, the research approach was the deductive approach, research design, quantitative data method. Population of the study, at the University of Limpopo, we have 818 academic employees, but as a sample size for the study, but only 120 academic employees responded to the questionnaire. The sample and sampling method was convenient sampling method. Data collection instrument, the data were collected using a structured questionnaire divided into 3 sections. Demographic, organizational support, which was measured by the 10-item version of the survey of perceived organizational support developed by Eisenberger, and later refined by Eisenberger in 2020. And employee well-being, which was measured using the World Health Organization 5 Well-Being Index created by the World Health Organization in 1998. The data method will be the data will be analyzed by Division 25 of the Statistical Procedure for Social Science Software, and the Pearson correlation will be used for hypothesis. Ethical considerations that were approved by the TREC was followed during the data collection and will also be followed when analyzing the data. I'm still in the process of analyzing my data, so this is where my presentation ends. Thank you.
Thank you so much for respecting the time. Can I get questions? We've got one. We've got, okay, some, 1, 2, maybe let me get three, the lady, not you, the lady. Yes. You can start. You will, Slelo, next round.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Unfortunately, you skipped the slide that I wanted to know. I think it was a research question or something. I wanted to know exactly what is it that the study seeks to explore, the problems therein. And also, I was also interested in, it's because you're saying you're still conducting the study. I wanted to know, as your topic suggests, what, whether or not the university provides the support to the well-being of employees and yeah, things like that. So that's what maybe if you can, a little bit, if you know, what the study seeks to achieve, and maybe just a little bit on what you found specifically UL problems.
Good afternoon. Let me compliment you. Very confident. I think HR is in safe hands. You might have gotten too deep into your presentation, losing time, because I think you ended up reading a lot of what was on your slides. Just to advise you in the future, just try to keep them summarized so that you have more time. Question, ethical considerations. You are dealing with us as employees of the university. We might be worried that you might take our information somewhere. What ethical considerations have you considered for the study? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The lady, briefly.
On your introduction, you made a comparison with of UL with UCT, UP, and UJ. And if I'm to look at these universities, they are urban area-based universities, or rather developed area-based universities as compared to UL, that is developing area-based universities. So you did not show also your objectives of the study, which are maybe get why you made that comparison. But the question is, have you considered the areas in which these universities are based, hence the limitation when it comes to UL?
Okay. Let me give you an opportunity to respond.
Okay, with the first question, then I'll go to back to my objectives and research questions. So my objective is to assess the level and the type of organizational support that is available at the university. And when I say I'm still in the process of analyzing my data, I've not yet started because I can say with our program we are a bit behind. We are still going to have a workshop where they teach us how to analyze the data. And with the ethical consideration, some of the ethical consideration is confidentiality, honesty, respect, and privacy. And also, the last question with the limitation. In the introduction, I was only trying to emphasize how apartheid affected historically black institutions, showing that universities such as UJ, UCT, they are historically European institutions, so they are more profound, they are more innovated, they have the power to go forward, whereas with the University of Limpopo, we are still lacking. So my research is to focus on how is university actually supporting its employees, given the fact that it's in a rural area. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your responses. She is in an honors category. We are continuing. This one might be difficult in terms of, you know, how people, Botswana, they call LISD, so I'm not sure if it's Pedi or Tswana. Mapudi or Mapuli? Ma what? Li or D? Okay, you will assist us. You will assist us. This one is still an honors category. Okay, let's check. This is wrong, right? Okay, this is wrong. Her surname is Mpapudi. Mpapudi. So it's not Mapudi. Just check here. Is it fine?
Good days, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mpapuri Linda, and I am doing Bachelor's of Commerce Honors in Accountancy, also known as BCTA. I'm very honored to present my study. The title of my study is Evaluating the Role of ESG Performance in Shaping Investment Strategies, a study of firms listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. When I first started studying investment practices, I kept asking myself a question. What really drives investors to choose company A over company B? Traditionally, the answer was simple: numbers, which are profits, assets, and financial ratios. But the more I looked at JSE-listed firms, the clearer it became. The story is no longer just about financials. Now, ESG is no longer just a reporting framework. It became a central investment criterion, evaluating how firms manage their environmental impact, social responsibilities, and governance practices. Strong ESG performance signals resilience, long-term value creations, and ethical responsibility, which are qualities that investors increasingly care about. Traditionally, financial analysis often overlooks risks such as climate change, labor unrest, or governance failure, while ESG rating give us structured way to measure and price these non-financial risks. The Johannesburg Stock Exchange has established itself as a regional trailblazer in sustainability. It was the first stock exchange globally to introduce a sustainability index dating back to 2004, making it not just a continental leader, but one of the earliest exchange worldwide to prioritize sustainable investing. In 2015, it launched the FTSE or JSE Responsible Investment Index, requiring companies to maintain a minimum ESG rating of 2.9, with semi-annual evaluation ensuring accountability. Between 2015 and 2018, JSE-listed firms averaged an ESG rating of 3.548 out of 5, with governance generally outperforming social and environmental dimensions. These initiatives are reinforced by King 4, which places strong emphasis on transparency, stakeholder inclusivity, and integrated reporting. Now, here's the challenge. Most researchers in South Africa has treated ESG as a predictor of financial performance, and the results are mixed, conditional, and sometimes inconclusive. What we still don't know is, does stronger ESG performance influence investor decision-making and portfolio strategies on the JSE? That's the gap, and that's what exactly the study addresses. This study is significant because it explores whether ESG is more than just a reporting or compliance exercise for firms listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. It examines whether ESG truly influences investor behavior, affects portfolio strategies, and contributes to sustainable corporate practices. The aim of the research is to evaluate the role of ESG in shaping investment strategies within the JSE. Specifically, this study seeks to assess how ESG guides investor decision-making, determines whether ESG is perceived primarily as a reputational tool or as a driver of long-term capital allocation, and provide insights that can strengthen corporate sustainability and enhance investor confidence in South Africa. By doing so, the research not only addresses an important gap in the literature, but also offers practical guidance for investors, firms, and regulators navigating the evolving ESG landscape. My study is focused on two theories, namely legitimacy theory and stakeholder theory. ESG performance shows that a company is effectively managing all its stakeholders, which makes it more attractive to long-term investors who seek lower risk and sustainable returns. It also strengthens a firm's legitimacy, signaling that it aligns with societal expectations, enhancing its reputation, reduces regulatory risk, and boosts investor confidence. Globally, ESG is often linked to better performance and higher investor trust, though outcomes can vary depending on the context. In South Africa, the JSE has introduced ESG disclosure guidelines, and investors are increasingly considering ESG when making investment decisions. Despite these developments, research shows mixed results, and ESG adoption in emerging markets like South Africa is still complex and underexplored, leaving important questions about its real impact on investment strategies. So we move to methodology
For this study, a descriptive correlational design will be used to explore how ESG shape investment decision among JSE-listed companies, tracking changes over time with panel data. The research will follow a quantitative approach, applying advanced statistical techniques such as the use of panel regression, FE, and system GMM to uncover meaningful patterns and address potential biases. We focused on 200 purposively selected JSE companies chosen for ESG score availability, industry representation, and continuous listing from 2015 to 2024, providing over 1,600 observations for robust analysis. The data is analyzed through descriptive statistics, correlations, pooled OLS, sector-specific sub-analysis, and thorough robustness checks to ensure reliable insights. By using trusted sources, namely Bloomberg and Refinitiv, standardized ESG metrics, and triangulating data, the study ensures high reliability and validity. Ethical considerations are central to this research because only publicly available secondary data is used. However, the study commits to accurate reporting, transparency, and integrity by properly acknowledging all sources, respecting intellectual property, and avoiding misrepresentation of data. Findings will be represented objectively with impartiality and accountability to the forefront, in line with academic integrity standards. Still, the study has key limitations. Reliance on secondary ESG data means results are exposed to potential reporting discrepancies by firms. In addition, there is still no globally standardized ESG metrics, which complicates comparability across companies and sectors. The results are specific to South African context and JSE-listed entities, limiting generalization to other emerging markets. Finally, because this is an observational study, it can establish associations but not causal relationships. By now, I'm certain that you are interested in my area of study. But rest assured, because as you can see, the program director is studying here because of time constraints. But be rest assured that I'm going to when I further my studies, probably when I do my master's, I'm going to further this research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like the fact that the aspiration is to register for masters. So, Mr. Mjambizi, she should be taken care of. Questions? Questions? Okay, I see a hand there, another hand. The mic? Yes.
Okay, for a person who's interested in your study, let's say it's a person who's watching from home, how can you explain what is ESG? Because you've been going on ESG, and there are people who don't know what ESG is. You didn't even give a full description of what it is. And then the second question is, what are your findings? What were your findings in the research? Thank you.
Findings and the meaning of the word. You can come and respond, Maya.
Thank you so much for the question. ESG is a non-financial factor, namely with 3 metrics. It's environmental, social, and governance that companies or firms use to assess their responsibilities. And with findings, my current program, we are still doing the research proposal. We haven't really went deep into it. But be rest assured, like I said, when I do my master's, I will go deep into this thing. Thank you.
Be rest assured. Be rest assured. Okay, we're continuing. The next presenter will be Ramabokela, LE, a master's student. Okay. 15 minutes, start.
Thought you are giving me extra. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today. My name is Ramabokela Lekhonolo Emmanuel. I'm truly excited to share this presentation with you. Whether you are here by curiosity, collaboration, or commitment, I appreciate your time and attention. Today we'll be exploring exactly the paradox of plenty, or what is called the resource scarce theory, diving into the key insights, and hopefully this meaningful discussion will spark something in you. So my goal is to actually engage with you and not just to inform you, because I know that all of us were actually researchers. So I welcome you all in the name of Jesus, by the way. What I'm actually going to be presenting is not something that is actually new. It's something that is actually has been there. And then you will see by the scholars there that this is an old study, but then the result remains to be the same. So for decades, economists have debated whether natural resources are a blessing or a curse in developing countries. So early scholars like Rostow and Balassa, they believed that abundant raw materials or resources like gold, oil, and others, then they can actually get to help when it comes to growing the economy, right? So even the recent studies that actually do support that. So despite that hope, or the perceptions or high hopes, as I can call them, then by the way, then we find that in African countries, those economic booms or economic growth, it does not actually materialize, right? So this actually end up contributing to inequality, poor public services, and other things. So this contradiction, right, then is actually called a resource curse, as I've also mentioned, right? So this is not a new study, as I've also said. It was actually started in Netherlands when, in 1970s, when they actually started with the extraction of gas. So then they find that no, these resources, then they end up not contributing to the economic growth, right? So now I want to actually bring this study, as you can see that it is old. I want to bring it into our world now, as in South Africa and also Africa in general, as my study focuses on Africa, right? So this poor, the poor at the end of the day, and the ordinary people or in society, they end up finding themselves in dire situations whereby they actually lack basic needs, right? So the basic needs that I'm actually talking about is lack of access to clean water, quality education, healthcare, and housing, right? So someone would actually get to think that these are just basic needs. Unfortunately, they are not. These are just basic needs, or what is actually constituted in the what? In the constitutions, in many in Africa, for example, in South Africa. But then they are also constituted in the international human rights framework. For example, it could be the International Covenant of Economic and Social and Cultural Rights, right? And this international framework obliges the state to actually progressively realize these rights, looking at the maximum available resources. So this is not just the only legislation. In Africa, we also have the other one, which is African Charter on Human Rights and People's Rights, which affirms this position that people should actually benefit from natural wealth or resources. So one of the concerns that this study is actually going to be looking at is the court judgments that the court passes, but then at the end of the day, they cannot materialize due to the defense that the state is actually using of what? Of available resources. So in the case of Subromani versus Minister of Health, KwaZulu-Natal, right? Then this is a South African case, you can see, decided by the Apex Court, which is the Constitutional Court. So they actually get to rule that the denial of a dialysis machine to a chronically ill patient was actually justified, looking at the what? At the limited resources. So this was just a right that is constituted in Section 27 of the Constitution, which is actually subjected to available resources for it to be progressively realized, right? So what I also want to highlight is this. All these rights are actually interconnected to human life. That must actually be taken into consideration of. So this is not the only case. We also have another case of Komape versus the Minister of Education, whereby this one is actually sensitive, but then I'm still going to talk about it. So, whereby a 5-year-old child by the name of Michael Komape died in a pit latrine toilet, right? So this case is actually very much important on my side, on this study, for the sake of highlighting that the neglect of school infrastructure can actually breach the constitutional obligations. And the court ordered that those toilets, those pit latrines toilets should be replaced. However, now that judgment then can, to a certain extent, it's limited to available resources. So with that being the case, this has always been a common excuse. If I can actually get to call it, you'll get to hear why I'm saying it's an excuse. So this is actually an excuse that state uses. And these judgments or these things of saying that available resources, we do not have available resources, it is not only just used in South Africa, but then across African jurisdiction, that is still the case, that we do not have available resources to actually realize that right. Right? So, as I've said, that this is a defense that is actually frequently used to actually justify the inaction of the state sitting on vast natural resources that can actually generate revenue. So now, for sure, you get the reason why I said this is an excuse. It's because the states are sitting on what? Are sitting on natural resources that can actually get to generate revenues to realize those socio-economic rights, right? So I would still, the wealth generated from natural resources rarely translate to improve the living conditions of the marginalized communities. So the problem cannot be the absence of wealth, but the problem could be how the wealth is actually managed, right? So there are causes of this case or this theory that we're just actually dealing with. And the very same causes that caused this case or this theory, right, are the same causes that makes the socio-economic rights not to be realizable, right? So there are traditional causes, and there are also those ones that are just came in not so long ago, right? But then the traditional ones, the traditional causes, I will just mention them as I pass. One of it being corruption and lack of accountability. Then another one being the mismanagement of states' funds. Then another one being the weak institutions or weak governance, right? And then now we have the new ones that I would like to actually get to find all of you thinking about them. But then I know that they are not old, that they are not new to you because you have always been researching, right? So one of those things then.
Thank you very much. 10 minutes is, that was 15. 5 minutes are for discussion. Yeah, can I stand here? Thank you very much. Thank you, hallelujah. Hallelujah. Thank you very much. Can I get questions? 1, 2, 3. Please, you are 4. Please don't preface your questions. Let's start with Slelo there.
No, thanks very much, or Program Director. The study was done somewhere, and now you are doing it in South Africa. Don't you think that is salami slicing? And don't you think that is dangerous?
So a hand here. A hand here. Can I get a mic somewhere this side?
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. You're saying we should not preface our questions, but I don't think my question is going to make sense if I don't do that. Can I try to be faster?
Okay, 15
Thank
seconds, preface.
Thank you. Sir, your study, your study in the introduction, you stated that natural resources in developing countries are somewhat, you're questioning if whether they are a curse or a blessing and how they relate to economic growth. Furthermore, you speak about court judgments that states that we do not have resources, and you are actually disputing that by saying the problem is not absence of wealth, but how the world is governed. So, I want to understand here, given that in our country we have low to non-industrialization of minerals, and our country is actually not equipped with necessary skills for manufacturing resources, what measures can be put into place to ensure that the resources that we have can also contribute towards economic growth?
Thank you very much. Hand this side.
Mr. Ramabukela, you talk about a lot of concepts that are enshrined in our constitution. And it is believed that our constitution is the best constitution in the world. This is a narrative, by the way. So I want to understand, what's your stance on the fact that is the constitution an enabling document? Do you think it enables these issues that you have raised, which are very sensitive, like you said?
Thank you very much. Where is the last hand? You?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks very much for the wonderful. Yes. So I would like to reflect on those, the fact that you mentioned that the poor people, they continue to struggle with regard to meeting their basic needs. And you further highlighted on the challenges of corruptions and also those other challenges that contribute towards them not meeting their basic needs. So I want to ask, what would you recommend in that regard for those poor people who are struggling to meet their needs, since we still continue encountering those challenges? Thank you.
Thank you. You've got 1 minute and some few seconds to respond.
I don't know if then I will be able to cover that. Okay. So on the first question, don't you think that it's dangerous? No, it's not dangerous. I'm incorporating all everything that is happening in South Africa and try to find a solution for Africa. This thing is not only happening in South Africa or somewhere else. This study is focusing on Africa. Then that is the first one. Then the second question, then
what we have to do is just to actually invest in human skills so that they can actually be able to process all those minerals to generate the revenues. So my stance on the Constitution is that the Constitution, yes, as they say, is a beautiful document for us. And then at the end of the day, it could be hindered by as those problems that I've just said, one of them being the corruption. So as much as it is there, but then it's not actually enforced, then we'll definitely get to experience this same outcomes that I did not even manage to say. The last question, what was it?
What is your recommendation on the fact that poor people, they continue to encounter those challenges of not meeting their basic needs?
Okay. Quick answer to that. If then we can definitely get to represent those people as we are actually talking like this, then if we could simply just understand that there are some of the people that are actually poor and try to actually use those resources in a way that we can actually assist those ones that are in dire situations and in destitute. So I don't know if then I've sufficiently answered your question, but then thank you very much.
Amen. Thank you very much. Now we are going to take 10 minutes body break. I think there is tea outside. Let's get tea, then we come back and continue with the session. Let's take a body break. Thank you.
waste to energy conversion technology adoption in urban South Africa to promote sustainable urban development. Moving right along, my literature review is divided into 5 sub-themes, however, My literature review is divided into 5 sub-themes, however, I will not dwell on all of them. However, I would like to take you through my theoretical framework. This study adopted the theory of sustainable urban development, which was adopted or formally introduced in the 1987 by the World Commission on Economic and Development, and it is defined as development that allows the current generation to meet their needs without compromising the possibility of the future generations to meet their own needs. This theory is based on the 3 sustainability pillars of economic, social, and environmental, and waste to energy conversion technologies promote these sustainability pillars by creating jobs in the green sector, reducing landfill dependency, while also diversifying energy sources. Moving right along, this study, for the methodology, this study adopted a qualitative desktop study or desktop approach, This study adopted a qualitative desktop approach, and it used databases such as Google Scholar, Science Direct, Elsevier, and so forth to solicit secondary data. Furthermore, the data was analyzed using thematic analysis. Moving right along to the findings and discussions, this study revealed that waste to energy conversion technologies in South Africa offer a compelling possibility for sustainable urban development by offering benefits such as job creation, reduction of landfill dependency, and energy diversification, therefore addressing issues faced by South Africa such as high unemployment rate, open dumping, and energy unsustainability or insecurity. Furthermore, this study revealed that despite these compelling benefits, there are factors hindering implementation, such as lack of funding, as waste to energy conversion technologies need implementation capital implementation capital, as well as, Okay. Despite these compelling benefits, factors such as lack of funding, lack of technical capacity, and outdated policy hinder the implementation. And from the mentioned findings and discussions, the following recommendations were made. The first recommendation being integrating waste and energy policies under one national framework, prioritizing financial incentives such as green bonds and climate finance. Last but not least, targeting municipalities with technical capacity. Lastly, this study concludes that although there are factors hindering the implementation of waste to energy conversion technologies in South Africa, these limitations are not insurmountable, as they can be addressed, and the implementation of waste to energy conversions can be possible and successful in South Africa. Furthermore, waste to energy conversion technologies benefits span across sustainability pillars of economic, social, and environmental. Thereby, they do not focus on one sustainability pillar while compromising the others. And with that said, they can address multiple challenges faced by South Africa, which are high unemployment rates, poor waste management, and energy insecurity. Thank you so much.
You see, it's not so difficult, but we should always remember to breathe. I know it's an automatic thing, but we forget it sometimes. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Can I get questions? Remember, I'm anti-prefacing question into asking question as they are. Okay, questions? Going once, twice, and three. Thank you very much, Ms. Tlotse, for your presentation. Go that side and get something. Thank you very much. We are continuing. Now we're going to Make LF, an honors student. I'm always intrigued when and fascinated when an honors student stand here. This is not an easy platform. Even some of the renowned scholars continue to tremble in this space. So it is always interesting to see honors and bachelors. Maybe let's check your mark. Okay, let me take this one. Okay, let me activate it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Standing before you is Make Lepai. It is indeed an honor for me to be standing in such a platform today, full of academias and intellectuals. Without any further waste of time, let me get straight to the business of the day. I'll be presenting my paper today under the topic, the impact of social media analytics on sales revenue for enterprise success, a case study of Polokwane local municipality. In today's digital economy, social media analytics has become a game changer for small and medium enterprises, as it offers a powerful insight into customer behavior and market trends. However, to the extent to which social media drives actual sales, to the extent to which social media drives actual sales revenue growth depends on the several internal factors to each commercial enterprise. The study has 6 variables. From these 6 variables, we have got 5 of which are independent variables and 1 which is the dependent variable. Under each and every variable, there are key attributes of which I'm not going to state them one by one due to the effect of time. So I'll first start by the independent variables, which are 5. The first independent variable is enterprise characteristics, followed by entrepreneurial characteristics, then enterprise resources, then social media analytics, and then the last one on the independent variable is going to be perceived attitudes. And then the 6th one, which is the dependent variable, is going to be enterprise success. Okay, moving right along to the problem statement. While social media platforms had become an essential tool for business to connect with customers and also promote products and services, many small and medium enterprises still struggle to turn social media into real business value. This was especially found in many areas around the Polokwane municipality. The reason for that being due to the limited digital skills, budget constraints, and a lack of strategic support. Although tools like social media analytics existed to help businesses track and analyze their online presence, not all SMEs made effective use of them. So as a result, these businesses often missed opportunities to gain insights that could have improved their sales performance and overall success. This then identified gaps. These limited identified gaps create a problem that is the focus of this study. The aim of the study was to examine how the use of social media analytics influenced sales revenue and overall enterprise success among small and medium enterprises within the Polokwane local municipality. The objectives of the study: to determine whether enterprise characteristics affect the perceived attitude for the adoption of social media analytics for enterprise success. Secondly, to determine whether entrepreneurial characteristics affect the perceived attitude for the adoption of social media analytics for enterprise success. And lastly, to determine whether enterprise resources affect the perceived attitude for the adoption of social media analytics for enterprise success. Moving right along to the research hypothesis. The first null hypothesis says that there is a positive relationship between enterprise characteristics and perceived attitude for the adoption of social media analytics for enterprise success. The second alternative hypothesis states that there is a positive relationship between entrepreneurial characteristics and perceived attitude for adoption of social media analytics for enterprise success. And then lastly, the third alternative hypothesis states that there is a positive relationship between enterprise resources and perceived attitude for the adoption of social media analytics for enterprise success. Moving right along to the literature review, our study focused on our study on the literature review, on the theoretical review. We chose the resource-based view, which was pioneered by Barney in 1991. And the reason why we chose to go for this study is because RBV justified the choice of social media analytics that when aligned with enterprise characteristics and positive managerial attitude enhanced enterprise success within small and medium enterprises within the Polokwane municipality. Moving right along to the next figure, it is the conceptual model, which clearly outlined our independent variables, moving right along up until the dependent variable, which is enterprise success. The empirical literature review revealed a strong connection between the firm's internal environment and ability to adopt social media analytics. Research indicates that the enterprise characteristics, entrepreneurial characteristics, and enterprise resources collectively determine the sophistication of adoption. Despite significant infrastructure and economic challenges, studies specific to the region highlight the remarkable resilience of Polokwane SMEs, as confirmed by Kumalo in 2024 in his research, where he found that 62% of the micro enterprises achieved measurable sales growth using only free tools and community knowledge. Empirical findings suggest that effective policy implementation, such as subsidized digital training, SME-targeted tools, and improved local infrastructure can directly address key barriers and significantly accelerate the sustainable SMEs integration by building upon the immutable resourcefulness and local enterprises. The research methodology, the study employed a quantitative approach with a sample of 65 questionnaires for enterprises within the Polokwane municipality. A correlation research methodology was adopted based on the notion that it allowed examining complex nexus between multiple variables. Data was examined through diagnostic tests that included the following: Cron-based alpha for data reliability, Kolmogorov-Smirnov test, and Shapiro-Wink test for validity, and data normality and descriptive statistics through normal distribution. The results were produced through Pearson correlation, Pearson coefficient, analysis of variance, and multilinear regression. The following are the findings. The first table, it was the measure of reliability, and then it was found that all four constructs demonstrated excellent reliability with Cronbach alpha values ranging from 0.91 to 0.94, well above the acceptable threshold of 0.70. The average inter-item correlation 0.4 to 0.48 confirmed the strong interval consistency, indicating that the measurement scales were sustainable for further analysis. Table number 2 is the test for normality, and then it was found that the Kolmogorov, Smirnov, and Shapiro test both return significant values below 0.001 for all values, indicating that the data was not normally distributed. And moving right along, table number 3 is the model summary. The regression analysis revealed that the enterprise characteristics, social media analytics, and perceived attitude did not significantly predict enterprise success. The R-square change was found to be 0.021, and then the F change was 0.42, and the p-value was 0.734, explaining only 2% of the variance. Moving right along to the ANOVA test, the ANOVA result indicated that the regression model was not statistically significant, with F change equal to 3.61. F change was equal to 0.428, and the p-value was equal to 0.73, meaning that the combined predictors enterprise characteristics, social media analytics, and perceived attitudes do not explain a significant portion of the variance in enterprise success, accounting to 2.06 of its variation. Moving right along to table number 5, which is the Pearson coefficient. The regression analysis revealed that none of the predictors, enterprise characteristics, social media analytics are statistically significant to be unique predictors of the enterprise success. Furthermore, the results are severely compromised by the multilingual as evidently by high variance factors that range from 19.81 to 13.84, indicating the predictor variables are too highly correlated to highly interpret their individual effects. And then the last one, it is the Pearson coefficient. The Pearson coefficient reveals where severe, the Pearson correlation matrix reveals severe multicollinearly among the predictors with extreme high and significant correlation ranging from R is equals to 0.968 to R is equals to 0.983, meaning that all the P values were less than 0.001, while each predictor demonstrates only a weak and non-significant relationship with the enterprise success. And then just to conclude,
Let's leave it there. You pushed. Thank you very much. Can we get questions? Mr. there. Okay. We've got one hand.
Internet access is a barrier of entry in the rural areas of Polokwane. What mechanisms do you encourage both the buyer and seller to utilize in regard to social media?
Can you just repeat the question again?
Internet access is a barrier of entry in the rural areas of Polokwane. So what are the mechanisms you encourage both the buyer and seller to utilize in regards to social media?
All right. No, thanks very much for such a beautiful question. The most important thing we must understand is that Polokwane local municipality is full of areas that are actually rural areas. So somewhere, you cannot say it is the fault of the buyer or the seller for having a lack of access to the internet or perhaps weak network coverage. We can just say it is something that can be actually an intervention from the government that is the one that can actually be able to assist in this case, because the reason why some people are not having access to these things is because of the areas that they are in do not really have a proper network coverage, which then leads to them not being able to access the social media platforms, and also it limits the interaction between the buyers and the sellers. So what can be done is that the government can actually invest more into the towers that can make the network coverage better, and then that way I think the interaction between the two parties can be much better. I think you answered. I think there was...
Thanks, Chair. I understand you gave us some rules, but can I just 2 seconds? Your slides were too detailed, and you were like reading word by word. So if you can in the future just try to have the keywords or phrases that will make you to recall or remember some of the things you want to present. You did well with the question which was posed just now. My question is, what is your take-home message from your study?
My take-home message from my study. That is the question. Okay. Yeah, it's quite a difficult one. I don't even know where to start, but all I can say is that as...
In assisting him, do you want the significance of the study, right? Thank you.
You just made it worse. No, as I was saying, like the topic of the study is the impact of social media analytics. So what I can say is that it is It's quite a difficult one. I'll just go and look into it. Thank you.
I think because he's still at an... No. They're giving you something there. Yeah, he's still at an honors level, so we'll polish him well. And next year, I think he will be better positioned to respond to that. We are continuing. Mr. Mamabulo, it's your turn. Mr. Mamabulo, LK doctoral section. Mr. Mamabulo, it's your turn. Yeah, one of the questions that perhaps he should respond is what his novelty. Yeah, I think he should be able to respond to that. Mr. Mabo, you have 10 minutes to present.
Thanks. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I didn't know questions can be posed at this stage, but yeah. Despite the time of the day, I hope that everyone will be able to pay attention. Like they've said, normally after lunch, our concentration spans tend to dwindle a little bit. Like I've already been introduced, my name is Kucho Mamabolo. I'm doing my Doctor of Administration in the School of Economics and Management under the Department of Public Administration. Now my topic is enhancing infrastructure development through public-private partnerships in South Africa and Africa. And then I'll be looking at the opportunities and challenges. I know that this is a topic that has already been spoken about in a broader context of the triple Ps. I think there's 1 or 2 presenters who came to tackle the same matter. Now, the main motivation for my study was based on the fact that for this particular research day, there were 5 sub-themes that one would ordinarily craft their study based on. Now, there was triple Ps, which aligns with my main study for my doctoral degree, and I felt like that would be great for me to take as an area to explore. Again, there's a desire to move beyond theory and identify practical steps that can be able to enhance the rate of public-private partnerships. Those are my main motivations. I think we all know at this stage that Africa is a continent faced with many challenges, and there are barriers that are hindering us to ultimately ensure that we have a developed continent, and in our local context, a developed nation. There are many hindrances in the public sector. The government faces financial constraints and capacity challenges in meeting some of the needs of its people and generally to be able to innovate and come up with new things. Now, this is where public-private partnerships come in as a solution to ensure that there's service delivery, there's infrastructure development. In short, public-private partnerships refer to a contract between the public and the private authority to ensure that private sector capital is leveraged or private sector expertise or their efficiencies are leveraged for the overall benefit of the public good. In this case, and to make it a little bit more simple for those who may not understand, we know that in our context here in South Africa, the private sector is normal, despite the fact that there are challenges as well. But we normally regard the private sector as a sector that is a little bit more advanced, a little bit more efficient. So when you are able to partner with the private sector, you'll be able to leverage their capital and their expertise to ensure that ultimately we deliver quality services and quality infrastructure for the benefit of all. That is mainly the core objective of these two coming together, to bridge the infrastructure gap and develop better services for the public good. Now, the main problem that we've identified is public sector funding, which is extremely insufficient to be able to address the vast needs that we have as a country and the vast needs that we have as a continent by extension. The deficits hinder trade, industrialization, competitiveness, and access to essential services like healthcare and many other things. Now, the public sector faces several challenges, as one of the presenters has already mentioned when they were dealing with the very same topic. Budget constraints, infrastructure delays, maintenance shortcomings, because we know mostly our public roads are not well maintained and the likes. That is where there's an urgent need which requires innovative, sustainable, and scalable model for infrastructure delivery. And this model will obviously be through public-private partnerships. And there are many modes of public-private partnerships. The most common one is build, operate, and transfer, where the private sector comes in with the funds, they come up with something, ordinarily building something, and then they operate it, and over a certain period of time, that gets to be transferred to the government after they have managed to leverage or recoup the money that they've been able to spend on that particular project. The methodology that I employed in the study is desk-based research. The study was mainly based on existing literature, policy documents, and report on the triple Ps. An in-depth examination of selected projects in our regard as South Africa. We looked at the South African Renewable Energy Independence Power Producer Program. We know that we're a country that is faced with energy challenges, and the independent power producers have been able to secure private funding that was able to address some of the issues we have with regards to the provision of electricity in our country, where over 6,000 megawatts were reported to have been secured. And again, I looked at in a broader context of the African continent. Just one example is the Nigeria's Lagos Blue Lane, where there's been a rail that has been constructed to ensure that, at least to some extent, the traffic in the city of Lagos is alleviated to a certain extent. That was a partnership between the private sector and government. Now, based on these two examples, I then looked at the success factors and the challenges, as I already explained in my main topic, which deals with the challenges and opportunities. I looked at the success factors of this and the implementation challenges that were there. In the interest of time, I'll skip to the next slide. The theoretical underpinning of my study was based on the principal agent theory, which mainly speaks about aligning incentives between the public sector as the principal and the private sector as the agent for effective service delivery or effective use of funds to ultimately ensure that infrastructure is developed. Again, there's a new public management, which I believe is a little bit more common, which speaks to ensuring that private sector efficiency and managerial practices are incorporated into the public sector. I know now there's a wide concept of the privatization of the public sector, which is something that even the current minister of local government is speaking of, that there needs to be a certain level of professionalization of the private sector to ensure that the most skilled are recruited into the public sector for us to be able to deliver services in a more effective manner. Empirical literature, this is where I'm just going to skip, but in essence, it addresses the financial gap. Literature widely acknowledges that the private-public partnerships are crucial for mobilizing private capital, like I've already said, to supplement the constrained public budget. Obviously, again, to emphasize, the public sector has a lot to do with very limited resources. This is where we then need to have a partnership between the public and the private. Again, there must be an equitable risk allocation between the private sector and the public sector. Equitable does not necessarily mean equal, but fair. In this sense, risks can be managed by either party. For example, if there's going to be a community project, we need to ensure that the local councillors can then bear the risk of ensuring that the community, or rather there's no protest for that particular project, because we know that in most instances, you'd find that there's a certain development project in a certain community, and community members are protesting against that particular thing because perhaps to a certain extent, they do not feel like they are well represented. So this is where you then need either of the parties to ensure that they manage the potential risks that can come out of any envisaged project. In this regard, you cannot expect the private sector, as maybe the main funders of the particular project, to be able to speak to community members. This is where you need your local councillors, in essence, the public sector. I'm going to skip to my conclusion and recommendations. Public-private partnerships are a very vital mechanism for ensuring that Africa's infrastructure deficit is ultimately addressed, offering access to capital, efficiency, and innovation. Again, we need to understand that these partnerships does not automatically mean that there's going to be success. There's no automatic success if these two parties come in together. This is where you need to be able to manage the risk and ensure that the goals are aligned for us to be able to deliver services or have whatever it is that is on board to be able to be a success at the end of the day. like the case studies that I've already mentioned, prove that with the right framework, triple Ps can deliver transformative results. The 3 key recommendations from this study is strengthening governance, establishing an independent public-private partnership unit, and establish independent public-private partnerships unit and clear, transparent legal frameworks to build investor confidence. Again, in the interest of time, build public capacity. You must get to a point where ultimately there's public capacity, which is why now we're speaking of what the professionalization of the the public sector. Ensure inclusivity. This is the last point. Inclusivity in a sense that community members and all key stakeholders that are involved in a particular project, infrastructure project, or any other service delivery matter, everyone is included, they understand their roles clearly so that the projects are not ultimately sabotaged or fail at the end of the day. With that being said, I thank you for the attention to this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Mamabolo. Questions? Yeah, definitely there should be a number of questions. I recognize 1, 2, 3. Please keep them short.
Thanks very much. Your study area, South Africa and Africa. South Africa is in Africa. Your problem statement says Nigeria. Nigeria is in Africa. So don't you think it will be better if you do a comparative study between South Africa and Nigeria? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, leadership, for the presentation. I also wanted to touch on the issue of the study area, but can you clarify me on the traditional challenges, the traditional model challenges you have indicated in your problem statement, as well as the contribution of the study from the theoretical perspective? How does your theory contribute to your study?
Thank you very much. I think. Yeah, in the mean, can we get that mic to him? Who was the last person at the back? Oh. You're not going to preface this time, ne? Thank you very much.
Failure of public-private partnerships creates a deep state riddled with mafias, corrupt politicians, and private companies increasing the prices of goods for profit. So how does an already failing public sector fix its parastatals?
Thank you. Sir, your study particularly speaks to the improving of infrastructure through...
I'm sorry. Can...
Oh, okay.
Okay, failure of public...
Oh, okay.
Oh, thank you. Sir, your study particularly speaks to the improving of infrastructure through both public and private and public sector, and in a way, you're actually saying these sectors must join forces in terms of closing the infrastructure gap. However, as much as we need the connection, there actually are barriers between these sectors because at the end of the day, they're different. So for better connection, there needs to be regulations. Therefore, what legislation do you think would best fit your research objective and how would it be implemented?
Thank you very much. Maybe touch base on the issue of the e-toll in Gauteng. That was a concept PP. So you can respond.
Thank you very much. Let me just start with the envisaged legislation that one can come up with. I don't necessarily have the correct terming for it because it doesn't exist already. But what basically needs to be done is to ensure that there's regulations. And in the event that you will have a certain project ahead, I don't know, one of the audiences speaking about projects that were abandoned in Mangweng and the likes. We need to ensure that we strengthen legislation to ensure that ultimately, if you are awarded a project as a private sector, you ultimately see to it that that is addressed. When it comes to the parastatals, I believe that is government-owned. State-owned enterprises are owned by government. I don't really see where the private sector features in there. An already failing state, how does that ensure that we ultimately have our parastatals operating efficiently? We need to then move towards the professionalization of the public sector. I mean, we are busy now trying to recruit people to ensure that everything runs effectively. And I think we've seen with ESCOM, the current CEO now is doing a wonderful job. The lights are on now as we speak, so we're getting there. Again, the traditional challenges, I think I mentioned them, maybe they skipped you. I did make mention of the fact that there are delays with the traditional model. There are delays, there are budget overruns, and the likes. So now what we need is partnership between the two. That's why in my introductory statement, I made mention of the fact that what we have now is a perception in society that exists that the private sector is good. Everyone, when they speak of private hospitals, they know that at least they'll be able to get better care. To address Mr. Mugwele's, let me see, maybe the first one, my study area. Yeah, I think this was one of the important questions. My study area, perhaps freezing, maybe you caught me there. But I wanted to, mainly if you look at the themes, it addresses Africa. So I wanted to also localize it. Not that I do not know that South Africa exists within Africa, but if you look at the theme itself, it speaks to Africa as a continent. So I thought it would be unfair to engage South Africans on matters happening in Lagos. Mr. Mugwele, because I know his office, I'll come to address the ethos.
Thank you very much. Maybe as an advice there on the study area, rather say selected countries in Africa, because it seems as if there's Africa and there is South Africa. Yeah. So that direction. Okay, thank you very much. We are continuing. We are moving really, really well. Makofani A, a master's category. Makofani A, a master's category. Is that Makofani? Okay. Seem like Makofani is not there. Okay, we are passing Ramabona, P, an honors student. Ms. Ramabona, you've got 10 minutes of presentation. It's not compulsory to exhaust all the minutes. Yeah, you move these arrows, then you should be fine.
Good day, everyone. My name is Precious Ramabona, and my topic is the effect of monetary variables and economic growth on South Africa's external debt. I will start by introducing the introduction and the background. Did you know that by 2023, many developing nations were spending more on debt repayment than on healthcare or education? Well, statistics from World Bank shows that majority of developing nations, including South Africa, are heavily reliant on external debt to finance its development, where external debt has been considered a crucial microeconomic indicator that reflects a country's financial stability, borrowing sustainability, and vulnerability to external shocks. These are external shocks such as exchange rate shocks. Early this year, 2025, South Africa's external debt was reported to be around 42% of GDP. This statistics shows that South Africa is heavily on debt trap, wherein around 42% of its national income accounts for its debt, and the consequences of excessive debt can compromise microeconomic stability. Moving from the study's introduction and problem statement, the study's aim is to examine the effect of monetary variables and economic growth on South Africa's external debt. Now we'll move to the literature review. This study provides a theoretical framework using the debt overhang theory, which argues that excess debt discourages investment and slows economic growth. And the second theory is the monetarist theory, which highlights the key elements of monetary variables in achieving economic stability. From empirical findings, results in some studies shows a positive relationship between monetary variables, economic growth, and external debt, while others prove otherwise. A study by Nkosi and Zondi, 2022, applying VCM for a negative long-run relationship between GDP per capita and external debt. Now we'll move to research methodology. The study will use the annual time series data from 1994 to 2023, which is 29 years period, to be sourced from the World Bank database, where external debt is the dependent variable and the broad money growth, real interest rate, inflation, and economic growth are the independent variable. The study proposes the functional model on the screen, where equation 1 will be transformed into natural logarithm, where beta 0 to beta 4 are coefficient. LED is the log of external debt, LBMG is the log of broad money growth, RIR is the real interest rate, LCPI is the consumer price index, which is the proxy of inflation, and GDP per capita, which is the proxy of economic growth, and the ET is the error term. Now we'll move to the result. This study will also test for unit root using the formal unit root test. Both ADF and the PP test results indicate that external debt, real interest rate, and GDP per capita are non-stationary at level, but becomes stationary at first difference, while broad money growth and inflation are stationary both at level and at first difference. This confirms that the model includes variables integrated of different orders. And the study also tested for co-integration. Unfortunately, there was no space for me to put the graph. Using the ARDL bounds test, the ARDL bounds test confirmed co-integration among variables with the calculated F statistic of 5.6, which exceeds the upper bounds critical values of all significance level, leading to the rejection of null hypothesis of no co-integration. And we also tested for the long-run results, where broad money growth and the real interest rate have a long-run negative relationship with external debt, and the inflation and economic growth have a long-run positive relationship with the external debt. In the short run, broad money growth and GDP per capita significantly reduces external debt while statistically significant. And the inflation, while real interest rate and inflation increase debt, but without statistical significance. And the ECM confirms a speed of adjustment of 92.5%. The study also tested for Granger causality test to check if variables Granger cause each other. And the study also tested for the residual diagnostic test results, where the results reject the null hypothesis of no serial correlation because of the probability, of 0.2. And the model rejects the null hypothesis of no heteroscedasticity because the probability is above all significance level from all the tests. And therefore, the model is free from serial correlation, misspecifications, errors, and heteroscedasticity. And the stability test results from Kuzum and Kuzum, and the stability test result from Kuzum and Kuzum squares confirms that the model is stable because the parameters are within the critical lines. And also the Ramsey reset test results confirm that the null hypothesis is not rejected and the model of external debt is correctly specified. Therefore, the conclusion of the study confirms that South Africa's external debt is influenced by monetary variables and economic growth. And the recommendation, it is recommended that South Africa's government carefully manage monetary policy to reduce pressures on external debt. Furthermore, supporting local industries and creating opportunities for innovation and technology adoption can boost sustainable growth, strengthens the rands, and ultimately lowers South Africa's debt burden. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. The mic should go there. Another hand. Another hand. When I started this, they said when you prepare for a presentation, you read the document and then you come to the results, come to the PowerPoint. So we should always read our documents before. Okay.
Thank you. Am I audible? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for the lovely presentation. I know nothing about what you said, but I'm just curious. They say curiosity killed a cat, so I don't want to be that cat. But I'm curious, it's been, most of you now are presenting when you're quoting the data from the World Bank. Is there a reason why you guys are going back to comparing from 1993, 94 to 2024? Like that period. I'm just curious on that period because I think like it's such a long stretch, but you'll clarify me. Thank you.
Okay, you can respond.
Thank you for the question. Well, I'm not sure about the others, but looking at my study, that looking at the variable that I was measuring using, the data was available from 1994. That's why I used 1994 to 2023.
Thank you very much. It is because of data availability. Thank you very much. We are proceeding. Hands for her. Honors level. The next one will be Mulazi MH. An honors, it was a mistake on the program that is a master's and honors category. Mulazi MH. Okay. Mulaudzi. But it's because of the program. It's Mulaudzi. It's Mulaudzi, right? Thank you very much. Now, before I call a name, I will check their presentation first, so that I call their correct names. Time starts now.
Good day, everyone. My name is Muradim Jezi Hope, and I'm a candidate of honors, and I will be presenting my study under the title, The Effect of Monetary Policy and Domestic Debt on Economic Growth in South Africa. South Africa faces persistent challenges just like high unemployment rate, slow economic growth, and structural inequalities. The monetary policy and the domestic debt management are at the core of the country microeconomic policy framework, but yet we still face their effectiveness in stimulating the economic growth, sustainability remains the matter of debate. The study is motivated by the need to contribute the empirical evidence policy on how South Africa can balance the monetary stability and the debt sustainability and economic growth. I will apologize because due to the instruction of 9 slides, I couldn't squeeze everything, but I would like to share some things with you. South Africa economic growth in the past decade. Thank you. South Africa economic growth in the past decade, it has been slowly growing, and this has been largely influenced by the shift of the microeconomic variables, which are the monetary policy and the domestic debt. According to the National Treasury 2023, the inflation persisted by 5.9 inflation, where it persisted the South Africa inflation targeted range, which is between 3 to 6%. And the debt continually rise with the debt of 4.8 billion in 2023. The GDP fall by 0.6% compared to the 1.9% of 2022. All these dynamics, they raise the concern of the effectiveness and the coordination of the monetary policy and the domestic debt to achieve the sustainable economic growth. The aim of the study is to examine the influence of the monetary policy and domestic debt on economic growth. The objectives are to examine the influence of monetary policy in short run and in long run on economic growth, and to analyze the impact of domestic debt on economic growth, and to see if there is a causal link between the monetary policy, domestic debt, and economic growth. And we will go to the literature review. The literature review, where the Keynes theory emphasized the role of the aggregate demand in driving economic growth. According to the theory, the monetary policy aggregate demand primarily through interest rate adjustment affect the investment and consumption. The monetary theory, second theory, argues that the money supply is the key determinant of both inflation and the short-term economic fluctuations. The debt overhang theory suggests that when the public debt reaches the high level, it creates the uncertainty about the future of the fiscal policy, especially takes hikes or the inflation financing, discouraging the private investment and stalling growth. The empirical literature is that the monetary policy negatively impacts the economic growth in the short run and in the long run. And the domestic debt, it positively, significantly impacts the economic growth, and it insignificantly impacts the economic growth in the short run. On the causal, we are going to have the bidirectional and the directional causality due to the productivity. The research methodology. The study will use the annual time series secondary data from 1994 to 2023, which is 29 years observations. The data of the money supply and the data of the domestic marketable debt will be extracted from the South African Reserve Bank, and the gross domestic product data, real interest rate, inflation, will be extracted from the World Bank database. As you can see, equation 1, we are going to have the functional form, and equation 2, we are going to have the linear regression model, where the GDP, it is the proxy of the economic growth, and the monetary policy proxies, they are the money supply, real interest rate, inflation, consumer price, and the proxy of the domestic debt, it is the domestic marketable debt. Okay, we are going to the research results. The research results, we have the formal unit root, which it tests for the stationarity, where the GDP, it is stationary at first level, and the real interest rate, money supply, domestic marketable debt, inflation, consumer price, they have to be first difference in order to be stationary. So the stationarity in these variables, it shows that the relationship within the database, it is predictable and stable, which means that the covariance, the variance, they are stable. For normality, to check if the data are normally distributed in this model, I used the heteroscedasticity, where it has the heavy, the arc, and the pagan Godfrey, where all of these tests shows that the study has been normally distributed. And the next thing, to check for the stability of the model, I used Ramsey reset, which shows that the model, it is correctly specified, which means that appropriate variables were used in a correct functional form from no crucial omissions. conclusion, please excuse my institution. Okay, the study set out to examine the effect of the monetary policy and the domestic debt on economic growth in South Africa, where the study found both monetary policy and domestic debt playing a significant role in influencing South Africa economy. And the recommendation that I can recommend is the balanced monetary policy, where the South Africa Reserve Bank can have maybe a flexible policy where the approach can consider growth and unemployment objectives that can help to alleviate unemployment. The other thing, it is the debt sustainable framework. The government can strengthen the discipline policy and prioritize the productive policy and avoid unsustainable borrowing to fund recurrent expenditures. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your lovely presentation. Can I have questions? Can I have hand for questions? Mic there. Oh, they're always with a mic, those ones. A mic, you see, I knew that. And a question there.
The GDP of South Africa grew by 0.8% in the second quarter. So what are some of the factors that increased that GDP despite factors such as the imposed US tariffs and South Africa's debt? Yeah, that's the question.
Did you get that? Yeah, repeat it when she's still coming to. Yeah, you can rephrase it, the question.
To keep it brief, what are the factors that increased South Africa's GDP in the second quarter?
Okay, thank you for the question. The factors that might have increased the GDP of South Africa, it is maybe the decrease of the inflation, which decreases the price and it will increase the purchasing power, which can increase the GDP, or maybe the decrease in the borrowing debt, which will decrease the interest rate, so that the government won't have to spend much on the payment of the interest rate, and that might increase the GDP of South Africa.
Thank you so much for sparing about 4 minutes. Now we are going to Mr. Gininda. Mr. Gininda, master's category. Mr. Gininda, please come to stage. Let's appreciate him as he comes to the stage. Time starts now.
It's a beautiful afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking here, it's Bandile Simpiwe Gininda, a registered master's candidate in public of administration under the School of Economics and Management. With research interest in policy implementation and impact on poverty alleviation within local communities. This is driven by a deep commitment to influencing policy reform that strengthens service delivery and uplift the quality of life or the service delivery in ordinary citizen. And that's how I try to contribute to finding sustainable solution for Africa. I'm very honored to present my research titled Evaluating the Economic Impact of Load Shedding on Small and Medium Enterprises in Mankweng. And it is worth mentioning also that SMEs owners face double burden of load shedding, experiencing disruption both on household and in their businesses, thereby underscoring the significance of this study. My presentation will focus on the persistent electric disruption effects to provide insight into how this business can be supported to survive and thrive in energy insecure environment. To set the context, it is important to highlight that small and medium enterprises account about 98% of businesses in South Africa and contribute nearly 40% to the national GDP. This is according to SETA. So these enterprises are not only drivers of economic growth, but also they are pillars of local employment and household livelihood, particularly in township like Mankweng. However, load shedding continues to disrupt operations, reduce productivity, and diminish profitability. In Mankweng Township, SMEs are critical to the local economy, and their struggle under load shedding provide valuable insight into broader challenges facing township-based business. This study addressed this urgent issue by examining how SMEs in Mankweng are affected, what survival strategies they use, and how policy can better support them. Moving to my problem statement, it is worth noting that SMEs in Mankweng are struggling, and load shedding forces some to retrain staff while others close permanently. Nationally, this trend weakens job creation, reduces tax revenue, and undermines competitiveness. A hair salon owner in Mankweng put it simple, and I quote, "Every blackout is money out of my pockets and food off my children's table," and I close quote. These human stories ground the statistics and they shows that why urgent solutions are needed. The aim of this study is to evaluate the economic impact of load shedding on small and medium enterprises in Mankweng. It seeks to capture the lived experiences of SMEs owners and managers and to understand how power outages disrupt operation, reduce revenue, and threaten business sustainability. Ultimately, the study aims to generate localized evidence that can inform effective policy intervention and resilient strategies to safeguard township economies. I will go to my research objectives. The research objectives were fivefold. The first one was to assess SME's understanding of load shedding and to examine its impact on their economic performance. And another one was to identify the challenges SMEs face in mitigating disruptions and also to evaluate the effectiveness of cost-saving strategies used by these enterprises. I will not go through my research questions as they are derived from the research objectives, but my theoretical framework guiding this study is the business continuity and the resilience theory, which emphasize proactive preparation and adaptability during disruptions, and this is according to Hebben 2019. While some SMEs attempt to maintain operations by investing in backup generators or solar panels, many cannot afford these solutions due to high upfront cost. For example, one gym owner in Mankweng reported losing up to 60% of monthly revenue during prolonged outages because exercise machines require stable electricity. This vividly demonstrates the theory's agent that resilience depends not only on internal business strategies, but also on the availability of external support and enabling policies. The relevance of this framework to the present study lies in the ability to explain why SMEs with limited resources are vulnerable to load shedding and how resilience can be strengthened through a combination of organizational adaptation and also the policy reforms side. And while collecting data through qualitative interviews with 15 SMEs owners and managers, and after analyzing it using thematic analysis, the study revealed several key findings. that SMEs understood the concept of load shedding, but they underestimated its long economic risk, and also productivity revenue losses. Productivity and revenue losses is severe. Direct impact included significant revenue loss, reduced operating hours, and in some cases, spoiled stocks due to prolonged power cuts. For instance, grocery store owners report losing thousands of rand each month in spoiled perishable goods. Customer satisfaction is declining as business fail to deliver constant services. Operational costs increase due to generator, fuel maintenance, and repairs. While backup power solutions such as generators and solar panels were known to other SMEs owners, they were often too costly, as I mentioned, leaving most businesses without alternatives. Those SMEs then developed survival strategies such as changing trading hours. But to some, resilience is also visible because some owners have invested in UPS systems such as with other systems, that is solar installation and flexible service models, showing that adaptation is possible when we have financial resources. However, such measures are costly, leaving poor business at a disadvantage. This points to a systematic inequality where only wealthy SMEs can shield themselves from energy crisis, widening the economic gap between the township economies. And based on these findings, several recommendations emerged. The major one being that policymakers must reform outdated legislation, such as the Electricity Regulation Act of 2006, to ensure SMEs receive direct relief through subsidized and tax incentives. Investment in renewable energy, especially solar, must be expanded with public-private partnership to make it affordable. Equally important are the capacity building programs that train SMEs owners in energy management, helping them prepare to outages more effectively. Practical example from European projects such as SME Empower Efficiency shows that training can reduce energy costs and increase resilience. Lastly, external support hubs should be created to give real-time guidance during outages, bridging the gap between government policy and local business realities. In conclusion, this research demonstrates that load shedding is not only crippling SMEs in Mankweng Township, but also undermines South Africa's broader economic development. Without urgent reforms and strategic intervention, the survival of township enterprises will remain at risk. However, with targeted policy reforms, renewable energy investment, and capacity building incentives, SMEs can become more resilient, ensuring they continue to drive growth and employment. As one business owner said during interviews, we don't need miracles, just a fair chance to keep the lights on and the doors open. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kininda, for your presentation, enthusiasm. Questions? I have a question there. I have a question there. I've got a question there. I think you have a mic.
Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation. To me, load shedding is the strategy that is meant to prevent completely shutdown of a power supply. So due to the fact that we'll continue to have demand of electricity because of the issues such as populations, do you have any other strategy that we can use to prevent completely shutdown of the power cuts? Because obviously those businesses will continue to experience the issue of power cuts. Do we have any other strategy except load shedding that we can use to prevent the issue of complete shutdown of electricity supply? Because load shedding is a strategy, it's not necessarily power cuts.
Do you get what he's saying? He's saying that the reason why there is load shedding is because they are trying to ensure that the grid does not collapse. if in your study, do you have any other suggestion other than load shedding to ensure, I'm not sure if I'm capturing it, yes. Do you have any other strategies that we can use?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Sir, your study introduces, the introduction of your study states that small and micro businesses often retrench employees and some permanently close down due to the issue of load shedding. And this particular trend of businesses closing down, according to your study, reduces tax revenue. So, I don't know, I stand to be corrected, and please enlighten me if I'm mistaken. How does small and micro businesses reduce tax revenue when they themselves do not pay tax?
Thank you very much. Do you want to ask a question briefly? But I know you ask brief questions.
What is the impact of ESCOM diversifying their operations by using renewable energy to reduce load shedding?
Okay. Yes, as you are coming, you can say it again. Ask the question again.
I don't know. How can I simplify this? How does ESCOM, what is the impact of ESCOM trying to diversify their operations by using renewable energy such as turbines to create energy in order to reduce load shedding? The impact.
The impact of, we'll discuss the impact of their operation on what?
On using renewable energy. Why don't they use renewable energy?
Or the energy transition.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. That's fine. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much as well. Since you have identified load shedding as the major problem that stops the business of Mangweni, small businesses of Mangweni from prospering, what is it that you can advise the government of South Africa to do in order to combat whatever factor that might pop up in trying to stop businesses from prospering, especially the small micro enterprises? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, come respond. You've got 1 minute, 17 seconds.
To start with the question that says, what are the strategies or alternatives except using load shedding to reduce power blockage, is that they can equally use renewable energy supply. In South Africa, we have a lot of resources. They can use hydropower, they can use wind to produce energy. So those are the other strategies. And then the one about closing down tax revenue is that, remember, each and every one of us either directly or indirectly pay tax. So if an institution, let's say it's selling milk, or let's say they are selling perishable goods, if they are no longer going to sell those perishable goods because they don't have their refrigerator, they are no longer usable, meaning they are not going to buy meat. And when they buy meat, they also pay tax indirect. So meaning in that way, the government is not going to get tax or revenue in that way. And
that one we're going to discuss it. Yes. Thank you very much. Can we give him a round of applause? We are continuing. Just hang in there. We are about to finish. Just hang in there. Now I'm calling Matabata RM. Matabata RM, an honors student. Let's appreciate her as she comes to stay. Matawata. Don't forget to breathe. Remember to breathe. You shift by
what? This thing. This thing.
Yes, those arrows, yes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Well, before I start, I have a request. That light is hitting my eyes. Okay, thank you. Well, my name is Matawata Rosa Masabola, and I'm an honors student under the Faculty of Management and Law, School of Economics and Management. Well, imagine trying to save money in a system where interest rates fluctuate over time and inflation is away your money, while on the other side, unemployment limits your income. This is the reality that many South Africans face on a daily basis, and it really affects the country's national savings. Today, I'm going to be discussing about how these macroeconomic variables affect the national savings of the country. Well, the title of my study is Investigating the Impact of Interest Rate, Inflation, Unemployment Rate on National Savings in South Africa. National savings is the total amount of money that a country saves from both the consumption and expenses after covering all their expenses. Well, it's a portion of a nation's income that is not spent and is set aside for future purposes. Over the last 30 years, South Africa's national savings have been weak, with gross savings declining from 19% of GDP in 1994 to 14% in 2022, reflecting the structural economic challenges. While low savings reduce domestic investment, lowering job creation and wage growth and limiting opportunities for economic expansion. Low savings reduce domestic investment low savings reduce domestic investment and lowering job creation and wage growth and limit opportunities for economic expansion. Well, persistently high unemployment above 30% in recent years limits household income and reduces the capacity of many South Africans. The aim of this study is to investigate the impact of interest rate, inflation.
Can we give her attention, please?
Okay. The aim of the study is to investigate the impact of interest rate, inflation, and unemployment rate on national savings in South Africa from 1994 to 2023. The research objectives are as follows: to investigate the impact of interest rate on national savings, to analyze the effect of inflation on national savings, to examine the relationship between unemployment rate and national savings, to assess the causal relationship between interest rate, inflation, unemployment rate, and national savings. And the research questions are as follows. I won't go through them due to time. While looking at the literature review on the theoretical part, my study is discussing only 3 theories. Well, the first one is the classical theory of savings, which says that savings increase when real interest rates rise because higher returns encouraged deferred consumption in South Africa. This channel is weakened by structural constraints such as limited financial inclusion. The second one is life cycle hypothesis, which says individuals save during their working years and save in retirement. The third one is the Keynesian theory of savings, which says savings are primarily driven by income levels with high unemployment, reducing aggregate income. With the empirical literature, according to Shu 2023, his study said higher interest rates can boost savings by offering better returns. But in South Africa, the effect is weak due to high debt levels and financial constraints. Well, this simply means that higher interest rates reduces the country's national savings. Secondly, with inflation, Blinkert in 2017 highlighted that inflation erodes the purchasing power of money and discouraging households from saving and encouraging immediate consumption in South Africa. Well, this only explains that inflation decreases national savings in South Africa. Well, according to South African Reserve Bank in 2024, they highlighted that high unemployment lowers household income and raises government welfare spending, reducing both private and public savings in South Africa. This means that high employment lowers national savings. While the other one is research methodology. On research methodology, data and model specification, the study employed annual time series data from 1994 to 2023, comprising of 30 observations, which was collected freely from World Bank website. Due to time, I won't be explaining the equations, but they are there on the screen. I'm moving to the estimating techniques. The study will use correlation analysis followed by unit root test, cointegration test, ARDL, long and short run analysis. Additionally, diagnostic test and stability test prior to causality test, as well as impulse response. But then I didn't include impulse response, I didn't include unit root test and bus test due to space constraints. I only included the long run and short run relationship because they also talk about the co-integration. Well, these are the results that were found on my study. Looking at the result on the long run result, or looking at on the variables, interest rate, inflation, and unemployment rate, they are all significant, meaning that they have a significant relationship with the national savings. And on the short run, only unemployment rate is the only one that has an insignificant relationship with the national savings. Well, with the discussions, in the long run, interest rates negatively affect national savings, supporting Fisher's theory that says higher interest rates reduces national savings. Inflation shows a strong positive long-term relationship with national savings, which construct with the Mohammed's study in 2017. In the short run, interest rate positively influence national savings, which is consistent with McHugh's study in 2019. Unemployment has a positive and significant short-term effect on national savings, while the error correction term indicates on an 81% speed of adjustment back to equilibrium. While on the diagnostic test, the study employed the normality, the serial correlation, the heteroscedasticity, which shows that for normality, the study is normally distributed, and then for serial correlation, it was found that there's no serial correlation, and for heteroscedasticity, there's no heteroscedasticity on the study. When looking at the Granger causality, it was found that all the three variables do not Granger cause the national savings. Well, conclusion and recommendation. Interest rate influence savings positively through higher returns and substitute effects, highlighting the importance of stable monetary policy. Inflation reduces the real value of savings, making inflation control vital for protecting household savings, while unemployment lowers disposable income and depletes long-term savings, showing the need for labor markets reforms and social support. Income inequality shapes saving
responses requiring inclusive policies that address both wealthy and low-income household financial realities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have questions? Can we interrogate why it did not grant a course? Questions? Okay. With the silence, I will take it as that there are no questions. And I will thank you and appreciate your presentation, Ms. Matabata. Thank you very much. Last presenter of the day is Mola MP. It's Mola MP. Please come with the presentation. Can you come with the presentation? We seem not to have it here. Don't you have it on the stick or something?
I don't have my laptop with me.
Okay. What's this one? Where's the laptop? Not with you. So it's only in here. Can you send it via email? Prof, we rather set a precedent now than to be here for 5 hours without getting it right. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, guys. You see the importance of an iPad? Kuyadlala. Okay. My name is Mola Precious, a first-level master's candidate within the Department of Public Administration. I chose to focus on road infrastructure and socio-economic development because I have seen how poor roads affect people's access to jobs, schools, and healthcare. I want my research to show how improving infrastructure can support development and better livelihoods. This study focuses on the effects of road infrastructure on socio-economic development in Marulen local municipality. Roads play a vital role in connecting people to essential services such as education, healthcare, and employment opportunities. In rural areas, poor road conditions limit access, slow down development. The Hoedspruit area presents great potential for tourism and trade, but this potential is often held back by inadequate road infrastructure. Improving road infrastructure can help attract investment, create jobs, and support growth. This research therefore seeks to understand how the influence of adequate road infrastructure will help develop communities. Problem statement. Poor road infrastructure in South African local communities negatively impact socio-economic development. Inadequate road infrastructure, inadequate road maintenance and limited transport networks restrict access to essential services, hinder economic growth, and raise transportation costs. Rural areas are especially affected within poor infrastructure, increasing road safety risks and discouraging investment. The aim of the study is to highlight the effects of poor road infrastructure in rural communities, specifically focusing on the impact that poor road conditions have on socio-economic development within the Marulen local municipality. This study also seeks to recommend practical measures that can be implemented to improve the state of road infrastructures and support sustainable development within the area. Literature review. This literature review focuses on the impact of road infrastructure on socio-economic development in rural municipalities like Marulen. The study draws on development and modernization theories, which show that infrastructure investment drives economic growth and improved living standards. Economic development is linked to the access to services, trade, and reduced poverty. The legislative frameworks such as the Constitution, Infrastructure Development Act, and the MFMA support infrastructure planning. Empirical evidence shows that poor road infrastructure results from underfunding, corruption, and weak maintenance. These conditions harm service delivery, raise transport costs, and discourage investment. To address this literature recommends strategic planning, increased funding, and use of public-private partnerships. Investing in modern technologies can also improve road durability and economic resilience. Research methodology. This study adopts a mixed research design combining both qualitative and quantitative approaches. This qualitative component will provide in-depth insights from municipal officials and business owners regarding the effects of road infrastructure on socio-economic development. The quantitative component will collect data from residents to establish trends and patterns in employment challenges linked to road conditions. A mixed method approach ensures a comprehensive understanding of the phenomenon by integrating multiple perspectives. In conclusion, Marulen local municipality holds incredible potential for growth through its tourism, agriculture, and the Hoedspruit Airport. By improving road infrastructure, we can unlock these opportunities, connect communities, and create a brighter future where people can thrive, businesses can grow, and the full promise of region can be realized. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mola, for your presentation. Just got in now. Maybe it was a strategy. Okay, thank you very much. Let's give her a few questions. I have one, I have two. Those would be the only questions hands I recognize. Can you ask? Please, right?
Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation. I would like to check with you, does Maruleng local municipality have capacity to implement adequate road infrastructure? Thank you.
Prof. Mukwena there.
Thank you very much. I noted that Professor Masuku looked at me when I raised my hand. Now I'm confused. But in any way, that's how he is. Look, I've got just that. My first question was almost linking to the previous question because I wanted us to be very clear. Roads that are administered by the national government through the agent, or you talking provincial roads, or you talking streets that are administered by local municipality? That was the first part. The second part, she referred to empirical data that she already read. I think she, to your related literature review, but we have not give a certain perspective. I would have loved to know that such empirical data that you referred to as part of your literature where you say it presents something else, to say where was that and which period? It will be interesting to know because, you know, I did not get whether Maruleng is dominated by a rural villages or it's also having some urban related aspects. And lastly,
thank you very much.
I know you were going there. In terms of your methodologies, I want a methodology, the mixed method. I wanted to get a clear, actually, distinction.
I'm sorry, Prof. You know, I always get a bit agitated when someone is talking and another one is talking. That's why earlier, when people were talking, I had to stand up. I think it's always a sign of respect when another person is talking and we listen to him or her. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that protection. What I wanted to say is I want to get the clear variables that actually are going to be focused on qualitative and the ones that you could not get from quantitative, that pushes you to go to qualitative so that it strengthens your studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your questions and input. The first question was talking about the capacity of the Maruleng municipality, and I think you are referring to the financial side. I don't think the municipality has adequate finances for the study. I believe that it could be proposed to the national budget it could be proposed to the national government for such infrastructure because we have a good area that has potential because we have tourism, agriculture, these are the way the municipality generates revenue, and we are seeing an escalation through that. The second one, I forgot. What was it?
Roads that cut it across even municipalities.
Mm.
And there are responsibilities that are given to the three spheres of government. The national is through the agents. But remember, they stop when they get to villages or to town. Then it becomes the responsibility of the municipalities. Now, my question was, are you looking at which roads? Are you looking at the roads, or are you looking at the streets that are managed by the municipalities? Just to be clear.
The study refers to the provincial roads, directly the R527, which connects Woodspray to the Ox. This is a road that was recently maintained by the Department of Road Networks. So, no, I'm not focusing on streets. I'm focusing on roads. Did I answer you?
No, yeah, it's fine. No, it's fine. We'll talk outside the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Maybe as an advice for people that are presenting tomorrow, take your time to read your papers tonight, because most times we prepare slides before we read the papers. That's why when we get here, we read. But if you read your paper and understand your paper, you'll not have any need to have these cards or something, or have a paper, or just read the slides as they are. Read your material and understand the material. You'll see that even the questions, you'll be able to manage them very well. But with that said, colleagues, thank you very much for giving me your ears and being punctual on this. We managed the time very, very well. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Let me take this opportunity to thank you for the presentations and also for ensuring that you are still here up until this time. We have come to the end of our presentations for the day. I think it was a very successful day, and you have also done very well. To give us some vote of thanks, I'm going to request one of us to come and just do that. I will call upon Prof. Rafapa, who is the research professor from the Faculty of Humanities. Prof, thank you.
I thank you so much, Mr. Program Director. I suppose I'm given a very light role, the role of thanking everyone who's worthy of thanking, which is everyone in here and those in absentia. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Limpopo, Professor N.M. Mokhalong, DVC for Research, Innovation and Partnerships, Professor Tebogo Mutiba, DVC for Teaching and Learning, Professor R.N. Madaji, Executive Dean, Prof. Sibanda, all this in absentia, the school directors in the Faculty of Management and Law, Research Professor, Professor T. Sitati. I thank these colleagues, I thank these princeps in the university. I thank these hardworking, dedicated servants of the university and the nation that I've mentioned, and I proceed. Professor Sitati, a research professor in the faculty, I thank you also for your collegiality, the cross-faculty collegiality and spirit of sharing as the research professor in the faculty. And also the research professors present here. I saw Professor Masuku is in our midst. Program Director for the day, Mr. S. Mujambizi, I thank you also so much. Advocate M.T. Rapatsa, I thank you for welcoming all and sundry as everything kicked off in the morning. As they say in an African maxim, le rao la moyeng le bua ke mongai. I don't know how to translate that. The backside of a visitor, blah, blah, right? We thank you for welcoming us. We felt at home throughout and enjoyed without anxiety and without any worries. Mrs. M.D. Matebula, I thank you for expertly introducing our keynote speaker. I also thank our lovely, captivating keynote speaker, Ms. Nontandla Dubazane. You nourished our intellect, you appeased our emotion, you grew us with your insightful keynote address. You reminded us and increased our insight into the constant of applied law across the variables of context and locale, including the workplace, where labor laws apply, and also the much revered and awed CCMA, to touch but a few. We are forever grateful. Our keynote speaker, Ms. Dubazan. I would have acted grossly if I were to say the protocol that I observed and unfurled actually highlights differential importance regarding the roles played today. That is not the case. It's just a pity. It was only, I guess, in that historical event, as we are told by the Bible, where God thought people would be too clever if they became too polyglot and confused them, because they had planned, they had actually connived to create a ladder that they would use and climb and climb and climb, and as they believed, until they reached where God resides. And he threw down, the Creator, a spell that made them speak in many tongues at a go and stop understanding each other. So I thanked you in the order indicated, because I also wanted to avoid the Tower of Babel, where I would have attempted to thank everybody in one breath, for that is not possible naturally. I want to thank, I don't want to use the cliche, last but not least, I'm not using that, those who enabled the event to take place, the presenters, the core, the nub of today's events, the center that held us together, the presenters. Have no doubt, your papers were so sublime, they transformed us and were transformed into better beings, intellectually and otherwise. I would also love to thank, from the bottom of my heart, our ICT and marketing team, our colleagues, who were hands-on and darting backward and forward, checking here and there, the whole day, untiringly, to prop up the events. It is due to your stamina in many ways. Stamina not in the Spartan sense of the muscles, stamina also in the Athenian sense of the intellect. Were it not of your roles, we wouldn't have landed where we are landing now. I think I've done my duty. I think I've doled out the formalities, and guess who I thought was scared? My brother, Professor Mukwena from TGSL. He was so scared and thought I was going to go on and on and on and on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Rafapa, for the vote of thanks. Such warm and very important words, and also to appreciate everybody that was here, that has played a part. I think as you go home, I just want you to remember that Proverbs 25, verse 2, it says, "It is the glory of the Lord to hide or to conceal a matter, but it is the glory of kings to search out the matter." So what it's actually saying is God has got the habit of hiding things. And people who find out what is hidden, they are treated like kings. So what you are doing in research, you are actually acting like kings, searching out the matter that is hidden. I wanted to say hallelujah, but I'm not going to say it. So I want to thank you all, and let's meet tomorrow. I think tomorrow we are starting a little early. The time says, I think it's around 8 o'clock. So don't be the one that comes late. Thank you very much. This program has come to an end. When the time is right, the Lord shall make it happen. It is happening. Thank you.